everyone, welcome to this Microsoft Azure Administrator course by Simplilearn. If you want to build a career in cloud administration, infrastructure management or DevOps, then Azure administration is one of the most important skills you need to master. But don't worry, in this course we'll break Azure down in simple and practical ways so you can clearly understand how to manage cloud resources, secure services and monitor infrastructure effectively. We'll begin by understanding the fundamentals of Azure, including subscription, resources, groups, regions and availability zones. These are the core building blocks that form the foundation of Azure administration. From there, we'll explore the core Azure services such as virtual machines, storage accounts, networking, and app services. You'll understand how these services work together to build and manage enterprise applications in the cloud. As we move ahead, we'll dive deeper into Azure virtual machines, where you will learn how to create VMs, choose the right VM sizes, understand pricing, scale resources, and manage the full VM cycle, including start, stop, restart, and resize operation. We'll also cover disk management concepts such as OS disk, data disk, and also managed disks, which are critical for storage planning and performance optimization. Next, we'll be exploring Azure storage services, especially Blob storage, where you'll understand containers, Blob type, storage, redundancy, options like LRS, GRS, and ZRS, and how to securely manage data in the cloud. As we progress further, we'll cover advanced storage topics such as lifecycle management, tiering strategies like hot, cool, and archive, and important security concepts such as shared access signatures, access keys, and encryption. Finally, we'll look into Azure Monitor performance metrics, alerts, load balancing, backup, and recovery strategies to help you monitor and maintain healthy Azure environments. So by the end of this course, Azure administration will no longer feel complex. You'll have a strong practical foundation in compute, storage, networking, and identity management. Before starting this video, if you're ready to take a career in cloud computing and DevOps and AI-powered infrastructure to the next level, check out Simplilearn's AI-powered cloud computing and DevOps certification program in collaboration with AWS and Microsoft. This program is perfect for anyone who wants to become a job ready in cloud engineering, DevOps, and AI-driven cloud automation while building strong hands-on experience with real enterprise tools and platforms. You'll learn how to work with key technologies like AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, Docker, Kubernetes, Jenkins, Terraform, and Ansible, along with modern practices such as CI/CD pipelines, microservices, deployment, infrastructure as code, and AI-powered cloud operations. You'll also explore advanced concepts like DevSecOps, cloud monitoring, and Gen AI integration in cloud systems, which are essential for today's cloud-native industry. Plus, you'll also get a hands-on experience with 30+ real-world projects, including CI/CD automation, multi-cloud deployments, Kubernetes orchestrations, and real-time data pre-processing, along with final capstone project that helps you build a complete cloud-native solution. Upon completion the course, you'll also earn a program completion certificate from IITM Pravartak, along with Microsoft Azure certification and AWS aligned learning outcomes, which can significantly boost your career and help you stand out in competitive cloud job market. You'll also get access to AI-powered job assistance, mock interviews, and a 2-day campus immersion at IIT Madras Research Park. Check the description box below to find the link and start your journey into AI-powered cloud computing and DevOps today. Before we get started, here's a small quiz for you to answer. Which Azure feature is used to securely to grant limited access storage without sharing the account key? Is it NSG, SAS token, resource group, or is it Azure Monitor? Drop your answers in the comment section below and let's get started.
Now, why Azure boom in last 4 and 5 years? So if all these are the benefit, please listen my question very carefully. When these are the benefit of Azure, it's not new. It's not new, right? Then why customer not opted for Azure or any cloud platform for so long time? Because the cloud already present in this whole space for last 23 years. These all are the benefit which you all listed. So why customer resist? Why customer now start boarding on the cloud platform nowadays in last 4 to 5 years? What is changed all around? What is the trigger point of why Azure boom in last 4 and 5 years? Security, but security was there for a long time, right, Gayatri? But Raghu, a storage capacity was there for a last 20 years. No? It's nothing new. Cost benefit is also there for the last, I think that 20 years. Yes, that's all. That's what I am saying, that these are the benefit is not new. You all agree? These are not a new benefit. It was there for a quite 2 decade before this benefit is still available. So why customer not going for an Azure? That is my question. So when you have a fast internet availability, it powered a smart devices like phone, tablet. So when these fast internet provide, or you can say boost a smart devices, people like you and me, what our behavior change? Our behavior change is that by sitting at our home, we like to avail the service. Just like that, today, I and you, we both are connected on a Zoom platform. Can you do it 10 years back? It is almost impossible. Almost impossible. So when customer behavior change, it impact the companies. So let me give you a context now. Before that, a business depend on business depend on, or you can say huge app. So even 10 years back, if you go to bank, you have to stand in a queue. Then at the counter, they ask a certain question from you and they fill the some detail. So 10 years back, 20 years back, they still use application. Business still use application, and your application depend on infrastructure. So where application is running? On infrastructure. And what is the best part of this approach? If application is down, remember 10 years back, if application is down, still business function. So remember that even if the application is down, still you can do certain task. Correct? What is happening now? It's an app who drive the business. It's an app who drive the business. Let me give you a very simple analogy behind. If Uber app down, what you can say that a general manager, a CEO can do? If Uber app is down, can they do anything? Nothing. So remember, my friend, today era, right now where we are sitting, we call it as an app driven world. So how this changing scenario trigger the adoption of Microsoft Azure or cloud platform? Because that is interesting. That is happening at a business and consumer side. What to do with, what is the relationship of the app driven business scenario? Anything to do with Microsoft Azure. Now let's go deeper dive. Now we are trying to understand how, number one, internet power a smart device. how a smart device power a business now. So it's an app driven business nowadays. How app driven business is actually trigger Azure adoption. I give you a sensitive information now. So for an example, if you have to use Uber or Amazon, and provide what you provide when you register, whether you notice or not, you provide your whole personal detail. You provide your name, you provided your date of birth, you provide your address, you provide your national ID card, you provide your credit card. Do not you think this is a very, very personal information? Yes. Now remember, when I as a company, let's say for an example, I am a company who is based in India. I simply rename Simplilearn.fr. Who am I? India based company. Where I want to work? In France, which is a totally different country. So today, India and France is a very good friend. Tomorrow, for XYZ reason, that friendship is not good. Now, in Indian company, Simplilearn have lot of data about the French citizen. In the changing scenario, is it possible that we can use this data to target, to disrupt something to that people who already give all their information with me? Yes or no? I can or I cannot, because their every information is India now, in India. That is very, very important to all you to understand now. So France said that, okay, dear Simplilearn, if you want to do a business with me 10 years back, you have to only obtain a business license. 10 years back. But now, because you are doing app driven business and your app capture a lot of data, please remember, your app capture a lot of data which you do not know. For example, your IP address, for example, your device name, for example, your location. Are you aware that your app is capturing all this data as well? So France saying that, hey dear Indian company, you are welcome to do a business in France, but now you have to store data in France only. You cannot store this data to India data center. So what they say now? Data residency. If you do not heard this term, please now heard. It's called data residency law. For example, GDPR in Europe. So Simplilearn say that, okay, so it means that if I have to do a business in France, I have to first obtain a business license. Then I have to also have a data center. Please remember, this is a very, very important part which help you to understand how Microsoft Azure trigger. So one data center I already have in India, which I spend $1 billion to get that data center. So when we say a data center, it means that it's a real estate. You have to occupy a space And you know that in the real estate price nowadays is just skyrocketing. You have to hire multiple people from guard to the engineers to the managers. You have to purchase thousands of servers, network devices, and then you have to do a compliances like ISO compliance and so on. So your investment in setting up a single data center can be $1 billion. So I'm just saying that Simplilearn now say that, hey, I have to spend $1 billion before even we start the business. I have to invest $1 billion. You are a businessman. Let me ask a question to you. Can you take a risk in this geopolitical scenario that you will invest $1 billion to somewhere, and tomorrow for XYZ reason, if business doesn't fly, give you the data center on rent? How much you have to pay? Nothing. Zero. Nothing. Okay. So in this data center, you host your service, host your, uh, you can say, data. How much you use, you just have to pay. If you do not use, you do not have to pay. Which option will you go? Go with build your own data center, or you are like to, become my guest? Correct. Few years back, there is a big fight happened between Instagram, Twitter, and government of India. Yes, because now the every government is start demanding, if you are a foreign entity, you are welcome, but you have to now store all the data here. Is that clear now? Why you as a customer, I as a customer, I have no choice. If I have to go global, I have to host my data into the territory where I supposed to do the business. And this is how Microsoft Azure or any cloud platform boom. So what exactly the Microsoft platform is? What is the Microsoft platform is? Remember any cloud platform. Exactly. That is a different question, Pathan. So I'm just talking about why cloud infrastructure is booming now. When I say Azure, I mean to say cloud. It can be AWS also. Okay. Now let's understand the global infra of a cloud. What does it mean now? And that is very interesting to know. Every cloud provider, they divide the whole world into manageable geography, and that is very interesting to know now. For example, we have a geography called US. We have a geography called APAC. We have a geography called Europe. We have a geography called Middle East, and so on. Africa. What is the meaning of geography now? Remember when we say that we are in APAC region. Now you go to any country in APAC, any country. Number one, you find certain similarity in terms of some kind of a cultural, you can say that culturally somewhere we are similar. Second, within that particular geography, usually one country will have some kind of a agreement with another country. Like in APAC region, you have SARC. Have you heard this name before? Like in Europe, you have a European Union. Correct? Yes. So these are the political alliances. What we call political alliances. What does it mean by yes, perfect. So what I mean by political alliances is when, let's say I am India, and because of the SARC political alliances, I have a agreement with, for example, Sri Lanka. I have agreement with some other countries. Okay. So this agreement means as a government of one country, I am trusting the government of another country. So your cloud provider actually tap these political alliances. They understand that one country trusts another country. How does it help? So in the US region, they set up their data center in East US, for an example, in West US, and let's say in a Central US. Same way in APAC, they set up the data center in India. They set up the data center in Singapore. They set up the data center in Japan. But there is no data center in Sri Lanka. There is no data center in South US. So remember, when we say a data center, these data centers are usually called Tier 4 data center. Let me ask a simple question to all of you. Azure, AWS, Google, you take any big name, all their data center are in Mumbai, Chennai, and somewhat in Hyderabad. But why there is no data center in Delhi, Gurgaon, and Noida in India? Any guess? Why there is no data center in Delhi, Gurgaon? Earthquake prone area. That is a very, very important part. That is a very, very important part. So remember, you cannot build a data center for a cloud in earthquake prone area. That is a very, very important part. Okay. Yes. Yes. Second very, very important part is these data centers are actually connected globally. Globally. But if you see the globe, 70% is water. So it means that the internet fiber line is run through the water line. So it means that these data center, yes, should be near coastal area. And third, that is, of course, that is, you can say in a generic, you will see the stability of the country, correct? The taxes, how the taxes is there, what is the compliance requirement of the country, and so on, so there are a huge long checklist why a data center cannot be set up in certain region. So maybe South US is a landlocked area, maybe in the south region is earthquake prone area, we do not know. Same way, if you look at that, there is no data center in Sri Lanka, possibly stability might be one of the factor, and it can be any other reason as such. So your service provider like Microsoft, like any other, they set up the geography. They have a region, and then they have a data center. Now I'm a customer. Just take this word. I'm a customer. I host my data center in India, and this data center is in Andheri, Mumbai. If you are outside India, Andheri is just like one of the downtown, any big city. And I host my, let's say, a database, for an example. Let's say, for example, SQL Server in this Andheri, Mumbai. I also have my server, which can be a VM running in this Andheri, Mumbai. And I am a e-commerce giant in India, Flipkart. It's a peak season. Millions of users log in on my flipkart.com. Suddenly Andheri Mumbai data center is down for any XYZ reason. Fire broke out, hardware failure, or it might be flooded, or might be the municipal corporation of Mumbai dig the road and cut the fiber. Is down. Millions of users suddenly say Flipkart is offline. Anyone who is not from India, Flipkart is just like an Amazon. It's a local, you can say, e-commerce platform. So Flipkart will go to Microsoft. Hey, Microsoft, I trust you. I put all my service in your data center. And now you are giving me a lame excuse because of XYZ reason your data center is down. So what can I do? My business is lost. My reputation is lost. Is that good or bad? Very bad. Very bad. So, so Microsoft said that all right, do not worry. I understand business is critical for you. So in the same region, in Mumbai itself, I have now 3 data centers. Please remember, it is just for your understanding. One is in Andheri, Mumbai. One is in, let's say, a BKC, Bandra Kurla complex. And second is, let's say, for example, any other region in where? Let's say XYZ. Wadi. All right, let's say Wadi. Powai, yeah? Powai, Mumbai. Okay? All right. So please remember one more time. So it means that in the same region, Mumbai, Microsoft has built more than one data center, and these data centers are connected with each other with a very fast fiber network. With the, you can say that it's a very minimal latency. So Microsoft give an offer now. They say that, hey customer, if business is so important for you, you create a replica of your database from more than one data center. Of course, you have to pay price 3 times. But in this way, you get something which is called high availability. And what we call availability zone. So what you have? Geography, region, availability zone, and the data center. Data center. Okay. Do you know AWS? Any one of you know in this batch AWS? No. AWS, what is that? It's a cloud service provider. Okay, hold on. So AWS will have a geography. AWS will have a region. AWS have a availability zone. AWS have a data center. Anyone know Google? What is Google? It's a cloud platform. Okay. So Google have a geography. Google have a region. Google have a availability zone. Google have a data center. Anyone know, for example, Bamsi Cloud? Bamsi? Bamsi Cloud, anyone heard? Or Sandeep Cloud? No. No. I don't care. What is Bamsi? Oh, it's a cloud platform. Okay. Then Bamsi have a geography. Bamsi have region. Bamsi have availability zone. Bamsi have a data center. Is that clear now? Is that clear? Any cloud exactly the same. Pankaj.
Yes, sir.
Pankaj. I am working on AWS. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So can I get the similar architecture there, whatever we see?
Similar architecture, yes, you will get it.
Yes. So
Yes.
if I ask Google, can he give me? Everyone go back to Google, please, and just type here Azure speed test, and you get this option, azurespeedtest.com. Okay. And then you type AWS speed test, and just look at that and just tell me, are you see any difference now? Correct, Pankaj? You see everything right? Asia Pacific. Correct now?
Correct.
Correct. You see that Europe, you will see Europe here also.
Yeah.
So I have to say no difference. It's exactly same.
Yes.
Correct. And if you look at that on the left hand side, you have Azure region, and here also you have a region.
Correct.
Here you see you have availability zone. Here also you see availability zone. Is that clear to my dear friend, everyone?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes.
So it means Pankaj, if tomorrow if I ask you, hey Pankaj, can you explain me a cloud XYZ? You do not have to go in detail. The moment you understand it is a cloud platform, just go through the same architecture. So
Yes.
by
Correct.
mistake, if you learn AWS from me, you will surprise that, sir, it is the same thing you teach me in 104, because the same architecture is there.
Correct.
All right. Yeah, yeah, very good. Nice. Yes, I hope that it's a very, very much clear now to all of you. Correct. So yes, 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 very good. Yes. So nice. This is just an introduction from me, beginning. I hope that you understand that how the way we move forward. Now here I am drawing up the map for your learning and study. I start with week 1. Week 2. Week 3. Week 4 and week 5. So week 1 we are going to talk mostly about a compute power, that is a server. Week 2 we are going to talk most about a storage service in Microsoft Azure. Week 3, which is for me it's a very important one, we're going to talk about an app service and a network service. App service and virtual network service. Week 4 we are going to talk about HR and DR, including your load balancer, your firewall, and we also going to talk about the security, especially the key vault concept. Week 5 we are going to understand about how you can manage whole Azure as an administrator, other way around of portal, like your CLI, your infrastructure as a code monitoring. So I am just talking about the ARM. And in the final one, we talked about the monitoring of so let me to write it down. Week 1 and today and tomorrow we talked about the VM in detail, in depth. We go with Microsoft Storage both Saturday and Sunday. It's a big topic. We are going to understand about an app service and a network service. Here we talked about the high availability DR plus security. Here we talked about the infrastructure as a code, like a bicep ARM plus monitoring. Yeah, is the plan clear? You can take a note. We're going to understand the first virtual machine. Before that, let me give you one corporate scenario to understand why we need this service, and as an administrator where your role come. So a customer want to host its website on Microsoft Azure. This website is developed in HTML, Java, React, .NET, whatever you think this is. Now this is one of the ask of a company. They want, they have a website and then they want to host it in Microsoft Azure. Now, just to give you a context at this point of time, in Microsoft Azure cloud platform, we have a multiple service which where you can host your website. One is, we call it as a server, which is essentially a VM. You can hold it or store it in a storage which is called a blob storage. You can host the website in an app service, and we also have a world where we talk about the container. You can host it in a container as well. So someone who in the role of solution design, we also called them as a solution architect. They first understand this requirement, and then they have a lot of questionnaire to ask from the customer. So for an example, in generic, if I am a solution architect, I ask a questions by looking at this scenario. Hey customer, does your website is a static or dynamic? This is a very, very important question. The moment customer say that no, my website is a dynamic website, means it can keep changing. Let's say it's a dynamic. So the moment I have a clarity that the type of website which customer is looking at is a dynamic website, a storage account gone, because a storage can only host a static website. To drill down further, I as a solution architect, I may ask another questions. Do you need to control backend like an operating system? Because in a certain scenario, customer want to deploy its own antivirus. Customer want to do hardening of the service, means disable lot of services from the Windows. Customer want to control the patch management and so on. Some of the compliances require it, like PCI compliance. So in that case, customer say that yes, I need backend control. Then the app service gone, because app service do not let you control the backend OS managed by Microsoft. Maybe to do a further isolation, as a solution architect, I may ask one more question. Does your application is code base or container image base? So essentially what I am asking here, do you have a code, or your whole code is encapsulated as a, you can say that DVD image? If customer give me an answer that it is a pure code base, I do not have anything called container image, my developer developed the code and it is now available to here, the container service gone. So I mean to say, someone at the top level, they make this decision what exactly needed. And how they do that? By something which is called asking a questions. A lot of ways. So when if you are already enrolled for 305, you probably understand this one when you are in that module. But this is the same thing. Let's say, for example, once that requirement is clear, means we are going to have a virtual machine. So a solution architect then do the second task. It create a complete map. Map in the sense, okay, I am going to create a VM. Which VM? So they make decision now. In Microsoft Azure, we have something which is called as an SKU. You can think it like a pricing unit, or in a very crude language, we also call it as a family. For example, when you go to Domino, it gives you three options: a small pizza, medium pizza, large pizza, and you have to select from them. So there are many families which is available. We will discuss it very shortly, but at this point of time, they decide which family. Second, they decide what should be the VM name. Third, they decide which operating system they have. And in the operating system, again, there is a lot of things like a licensing and all come into the picture. Third, they decide which region this VM should be run. So once the decision has been made, they give you the again draft something, it is called execution flow. In the execution flow, they give you a full, you can say that diagrammatic view. So for an example, when I say this is a VM, and let's say in this VM we install Windows operating system. So we have a Windows operating system in this VM. And to run a website, we need something called web server. So there are multiple web server available. Can any one of you, if you know the web server, can put a name there? IIS, very good. Yes, yes. Anything else? Apache, Nginx, very good. Love it. So you have, for a Linux, you have a Apache, you have Nginx. In Microsoft, usually we use something called Internet Information Server and so on. Tomcat, right? Tomcat, yes, yes, exactly. Yeah. So top three is basically used in a Linux. Light speed also, yes, yes, sometimes we use Subham. So because it's a Windows, so we prefer to use IIS. So in this, we install a web server called IIS web server. That is what we are going to install inside that. Now, once IIS get installed in this VM, it will give me something which is called a virtual folder. Usually this virtual folder are located inside your default C drive with called inet pub, and within the inet pub you will have a folder called www root. Inside that folder you put all your website code, like you have an HTML, you have a Java, you have a Python, whatever you have, you can just put it inside that. So I put my HTML code inside here. So it means that first we have to create a VM. Inside the VM, we need to install IIS. Inside the IIS, we need to put my HTML, Java, .NET, React, any application. And then this VM will also have something which is called a public IP. This public IP can be mapped with the DNS like a GoDaddy, or this public IP can be directly accessed by the user because it's a public IP, so it is accessible from outside. So any user can hit this public IP and get the website, or this public IP can be also map with DNS, and people hit the DNS name like a Microsoft.com and then can get the website. This all decision where I am as an administrator, I am nowhere. Till now, we do not have any idea what is going on outside. So remember, this is administration, okay? Now, this all has been drafted, and then you as an administrator, you come to know how. So there are many methods available. Few company will give you information via email. You get a formal email. Hey, dear administrator, this is what we have to do. This is what you have to create something, right? Yes. One formal method. So if you are very new to Microsoft Azure administration, we call it as a ticketing tool. Correct. Very good. Like Saurav has already put few names. I also put that name for you. Better you can do a Google, watch some video before going for an interview. Okay. Like ServiceNow, BMC Remedy, Jira, Salesforce. Yes. Jira, Salesforce. So any one of you, if you are very, very new to this whole world, this name can be yes, Bimal. DevOps board also, but that is more when you are in a DevOps as a simple administrator. This is what the tool you can use. Okay, that's what. Excellent. Now, so let's say, for example, in my company, if I have to get this job done, I will get something which is called a ticketing tool. So I will get a ticket, and that using that ticket, I will get the whole bunch of tasks to perform. So usually in the ticketing world, someone for whom this VM is created, let's say this VM is supposed to create for my HR team. So any department like HR, or you can say sales, you can name it any, who own the server, basically they raise the ticket. Usually this ticket will come for department head for approval. And from there, it is come to the FinOps team, or you can say that your accounting team, who actually create the budget, how much you can spend to in this VM, because Microsoft service is not free, it's a chargeable. So FinOps team, you can say provision budget. And this is a very dangerous part, because once you have the budget, you have to be limit inside yourself budget. Then it will finally come to the IT team. So you have an IT team manager. Now IT team manager then choose you or choose me as an administrator who's supposed to do this task. So then the ticket assigned to you. So I mean to say, if you look at that, this is a full flow how this ticket will done. I just give you a sample ticket for you to visualize how it might look like. It can be different in an actual world scenario. So for an example, here I am saying that I have a ticket number. Let's say it's related to Azure. So I have a Azure. And let's say it's for HR team. So it might be an HR and then some number. And probably here it's say that who has request by, let's say, HR manager, or the name of the people, and then the priority of the ticket. Let's say it's a high, it means it need an immediate action. And then probably inside that it will give, okay, you have to give a name, VM name. Let's say my name is Bipin, so I'm saying that Bipin HR SRV 01. You should also have a like which OS. So I'm saying that 2025, which is the latest one. And then you probably have what is the size. So number one, as per the SKU, you use the any D series machine. You have to give 2 CPU and 8 GB memory. You cannot go beyond. This is the limitation you have. And then it also decide what the username you give. So let's say HR admin, and what the password you give. Let's say, for example, password @123. I mean to say, if you look at this whole ticket now, this is how its sample look like. So anyone who is first time entering into the world of Azure administration and preparing to crack the interview, remember this one, because generally interviewer know that people is come from lot of training and they do not carry the experience. So when someone asks, can you create a VM? You say, yeah, immediately I can create a VM. And that is the time when you rejected. You do not understand. I answer correctly. Why I get rejected? Because you try to demonstrate your knowledge, and where the approach is absolutely different. So next time, as an administrator, if someone asks a question, can you create a VM? You say yes. How you create a VM in your company? Do not say that, okay, I go to the portal, I do that. First you say, this is how I assign a ticket. In the ticket, everything is mentioned, and I follow the whatever is mentioned inside the ticket. So there is a two thing which you have to remember. Something which we call subscription. Subscription is like, you can think like a department, like a sales, HR, and resource group is like a project within that department. So by default, both are already fixed when you work in this tenant. So your subscription is always Simplilearn HOL, which is called hands-on lab, and some number. And then in the resource group, drop down, and you will get a default resource group, which is called ODL, on demand lab. Drop down, Gayatri, resource group below one. Oh, it's, I mean to say underscore. HR, perfect. That's fine. Just HR underscore or dash, give a dash only, dash VM01. It is called naming convention. Okay. So for example, when you work in HCL, probably the VM name there like HCL hyphen NOI means Noida hyphen sales hyphen VM03. So this is how generally the naming convention people follow. In our case, we use our name, then HR as a department, and then VM as a 01. Okay. Now, which reason? So this whole project we are going to execute in a West US 2. Everyone please select West US 2. West US 2. In the availability option, select no availability or no infrastructure redundancy required, the first one, because we only going to create a single VM. In the security type, drop down and select a standard. In the image, drop down and select Windows Server, the latest one, which is 2025 Azure Edition. Okay, no problem, Sasan. We are just proceed to create a VM. Okay, watch it out and then probably you can see the recording. Everyone able to see the size? And what the size it is showing now? D series, 2 CPU, 8 GB memory. This is what is the ticket requirement, correct? Are you able to see the size, Gayatri? Below is say a standard D2S, more below. When you drop down, you can see more hundred of sizes which is available to us. Correct? We will talk about the size later on, but at this point of time, as per the ticket, 2 CPU, 8 GB memory, that is perfect now. Yes, go ahead and drop down below. So in the username, I usually put my username, but in a ticket it is given HR admin, right? Everyone remember? So just type HR admin and password @123. Make the P capital. PASS, capital PASSWORD @123. Same below. Confirm password @123. You can give any password, Gopal. But usually this is what I follow. For example, you can type PASSWORD @123. Most of the time in Microsoft it works. Yeah. You do one thing. It's a conflict. I'm not sure what name you have given. So it's because this name is conflicted with someone else in the same tenant. Okay. So first you go to Microsoft Azure. Is she on the top? Raghavendra, on top blue bar, and then before that there is a 3 dash dash dash. Click that. Select all resources. No, all resources. Again, drop down. All resources. Very good. Yes. Select everything. And you have a delete button on the top. Okay. Right hand side top. Yeah, exactly. So whenever it fail, this is how you apply, and just type delete and hit delete again. Hide it. Click hide. Delete. Okay. Go back to VM again while it is deleting. Yes. Click create now. Click create again. Create. You create virtual machine, right? Yeah, very good. And resource group. Yes. Drop down. ODL. Very good. Type the name. Just say RAG hyphen dash. Let's say you make sales hyphen VM 001. Okay, great. West US 2. In availability zone drop down, select none. In the security type drop down, select standard. In the image drop down, select Windows Server 2025. Yeah, so let the VM size same, and the username and password type HR admin or whatever you like, but you have to remember. Okay, type HR admin. IT admin is also okay, if you remember. And password is password @123. That is the standard password with Microsoft generally too. Yes, Saurabh, just the VM creation. RDP drop down, HTTP. Yeah. Next. Hope it will work, Raghvendra. Okay. Microsoft has give this tool. It's called Server Manager tool. If you want, you can make a note. Server Manager tool is used by Windows administrator to install, configure all the services like DNS, DSCP, Active Directory, web server, file server, print server through the server manager itself. Okay. So now you have a server manager and you see that it's give you something which is called configure this local server. Correct? Everyone able to see? Bread and butter. Configure this local server. Correct? So if you remember, what is our objective? Is to provide customer a server install with IIS, correct? Web server, so that they can run their website inside that, right? This is what our objective is all about. So now click add role and feature. Just see if it work for you, because it's still too slow, it look like. Yeah. Everyone click add role and feature. Add role and feature. And you get this wizard. Okay. Hit next. Next. Gayatri, no worry. So if you hold on, if you close it in the Windows, if you click the start button, can you click the start button, Neha? Gayatri, just see, click the start button on the server. Neha, click the start button on the server.
Start button.
On the server, below.
Okay, okay.
Start button. Click a start button. No, you have just before that there is a start button. You see, just before the search, there is a one button.
Okay, this one. Yeah.
Click. Yes. So click it here, and you should able to see server manager. Gayatri, just confirm quickly if you are able to see it. Yeah. Click and then click that add role and server. Okay. Go back there. Go back to your wizard. And then click next. Once it is installed, then it will. And it is in a server, not in your local laptop. Okay. IIS is the server, web server, others, which have the engine which can compile your code, which can be HTML, Java, Python, and it will render it as an JavaScript for your browser. So you can think something like that. It is a mechanism through which you can run your website. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone able to see? Yeah, got it. Gregory, once you install IIS in the server C drive, you should get inet pub folder. Not on desktop, in a C drive, Manohar, in the server C drive. And how can you come to the server C drive? In the search bars of the server, look at that Azure demonstrating. Type Explorer. You will get File Explorer. Okay, in the search bar of the server. No change is required, Manohar. I'm just making a small change. Yeah. Okay. And then when you go there, come to the C drive. In the C drive, you should able to see inet pub folder. That's fine. That's fine. inet pub folder. And then you should see www do root folder. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Click www root and you should able to see two files. One is the HTML file and second is the PNG file. Right click the HTML file and say open with notepad. Control A, delete everything, whatever you have in this notepad. And go back to your desktop or wherever you have saved my file. Copy the whole content and paste it back here.
Save it.
File, save all, yes. Come back to your Azure portal.
Azure portal on my local desktop, right?
1 minute, Manohar, I'm coming back to you. No, come back to Azure portal. Yeah.
On the local desktop, right?
Yes. Azure portal where you have VM created. Copy the public IP one more time.
Mm-hmm.
Paste in the browser. Remove this some word Azure VM. Yeah, exactly. Everyone copy the public IP if you're done. Paste in the browser. Paste in the browser. Enter. Yeah. Continue to the site. Not required edit. You directly copy and paste. That is fine. Only you used to test the website. Azhar, open your mobile phone. Everyone open your mobile phone. Everyone open your mobile phone. In the browser, type the same IP and just confirm. Are you able to see the website? It's all depend whether your IIS is perfectly installed or not. Very good. Copy everything from here. Manohar, if you want to your name, you have a www.simplilearn.com. No? On the change it to manoharcompany.com. Just copy it. Go back to your server where you taken remote. Paste it. File, save it. Go back, Manohar, to your Azure portal. Copy public IP. Paste it in the browser. Same IP, you can open it in your mobile also. Okay. Yo. Manohar. You are already, I think that your audio have a problem. That's done for you. Okay. Thank you very much, Manohar. Okay. Stop your sharing, please. New inbound port rule. That's fine. That's fine. That's okay. Okay. Now, let's quickly understand few of the core concept before we close on the session here. We talked about the SKU and the family. Now, for you as an administrator, that is very important to understand. that which SKU we have to select. SKU means a storage keeping unit. You can say that it is a licensing terminology. So when selecting a VM, one very important part is a purpose. Very important part is a purpose. So why you are creating a VM? What type of service you are going to install? For example, I said that in my VM, I am going to install SQL or Oracle. Means I am going to install a database. So let's say I'm going to install a SQL server. Let me ask a question to you. If you have to install a SQL, okay, Subham, just give me 1 minute. Let me finish this, then I come back to you. Which, that's fine, Manohar, that's fine. But my question is, in this VM, which component use more? CPU, memory, disk, or a network? CPU. For a database, which component in your server use most? CPU, memory, network, or a disk? Okay. Please remember, this is very, very important and interesting point. Interesting point for you to understand. So when you say that you are administrator, you also have to understand the type of application which you are planning to use. So for an example, when you say a database like a SQL, Oracle, MySQL, PostgreSQL, MySQL, usually database is a store in a disk. You have a faster CPU, very faster memory, but your disk is too slow to read the data. You are running a command, select a star from this table, and it is reading. You have a faster CPU, faster memory. Will it work? No. It absolutely no. So you need a virtual machine which is a storage optimized. No matter you are going to create in Google, AWS, Azure, Bamsi Cloud, or Asok Cloud, it doesn't matter. I simply say I need a storage optimized VM. So it means that when I am going to create a VM, I need to define what type of storage exactly I want. A storage I want or VM I want. So, oh my God. Just give me 1 minute. Or leave it as it is. I will just ask one of you to probably share your screen later on. Okay. Second, let's say in this VM, I am planning to install, you can say that something which is image processing software like a AutoCAD. Now, which component in this VM utilize more? CPU, memory, a storage, or a network? It's an image processing software. Remember, your image load in memory. So in this server, if your RAM is DDR2 and you are running Itanium processor, your image will not load. So you need memory optimized virtual machine. Let's say in this VM, I am planning to install a backup software like Net Backup. This backup take the backup of all other virtual machine running in my cloud. Which component I need? Which component I need which can give me remember backup software means this server can take backup thousands of VM running across. So which component you need faster? Network. Absolutely network, because it is pulling the data through network. So you will see that I need to have a network optimized VM. So there are multiple series which is available in, you can say, in my Azure or all other cloud platform as well. They have a different series name, but every series dedicated to something else. For example, in Azure, we have something which is called as a B series machine. Now, whenever you see a B series machine anywhere, you understand that this B series machine is the most cheap in costing, but it is not used in production. So no production actually run the B series machine. Now for a general workload, like we are creating just a simple web server, it is running in production, but it is not utilizing any specific component. We have a D series machine. You just create D series machine if you remember, and it is for general purpose. And then you have E series machine. E series machine which is memory optimized. So when we want to run AutoCAD, we have to take E series machine. If I want a faster CPU, we have a F series machine. That is a CPU optimized. Same way, when we want a storage optimized, we have a L series machine. we have a L series machine. So I just quickly ask one of you to share back your screen as fast as possible. One of you just share back your screen. Neha, yeah. Neha, make your Azure full now. Make full. Remove. Very good. Now go back and create a machine again. Do not create. Just click the launch button. Yeah. Virtual machine. Create. Yes. Virtual machine. Select the resource group. Scroll down. Scroll down. Keep scrolling down. And you now scroll down. What is scroll down? You now have see all sizes. Can you click the see all sizes? So are you able to see now we have a few series of machine which is available for you. Few are blocked by the company policy. That machine you cannot create. For example, you have you see that D series machine. You have a general purpose machine, right? This is the type. And if you click the add filter on the top, drop down. So here, let's say, for example, I want to see the type. Click type. Drop down and drop down the type. This side, this side. Are you able to see compute optimized, memory optimized, storage optimized? Everyone able to see now? Correct? Is that clear? So it means that when you get the instruction, which type of machine you are supposed to create, this is how you have to select it. Make sense? Make sense? Correct? So you have to select whether you like memory optimized machine, a storage optimized machine, depend on your application workload. Correct? Yeah. Stop your sharing. Thank you, Neha. Yes. So this is a day one, dear friend, and objective of a day one, number one, to make you understand why you are here, what exactly an Azure administrator role look like, what is this Azure platform, why any company use Azure platform for that matter, how Microsoft organize itself in a geography, region, availability zone and a data center, and to give you an idea about the very first service, which virtual server. So with that, this is what we end now, and I am going to call few of you at going to be a regular part of the whole session, because understanding job role is a pretty important before you even take any kind of a course, because then you prepared by yourself to be projected as an administrator. So we will take a look how the day look like in following up sessions. And yesterday we understand one very important part, that as an administrator, you work within a boundary. And when we say a boundary, it means you cannot do what you want in Azure. If you work in a company, you have restrictions. You have certain procedure. So one of the way which we understand yesterday that you get instruction via email, or in a more process oriented companies, you get instruction via ticketing tool. So few of the ticketing tool which I think that most of you listed is ServiceNow, Remedy, Jira, Salesforce, and so on. So what is my recommendation to you? You pick any tool of your choice. If you never seen that tool, no worry. Go through some of the free available videos on a YouTube just to get understanding, so that when you face an interview and when you say that, okay, I actually work as an administrator and I get an instruction through the ticketing tool, at least you have some visualization in your mind that how the ticket look like, how it get assigned to you. So essentially in cloud world, whatever you do is not do by yourself. Most of the time, this type of requirement come from a business side, like an HR department, like a sales department, like a top management. They have certain requirement, and that requirement is come through the whole channel. For example, yesterday we understand an HR department may have a requirement of a server where they want to deploy certain application like an HRMS. So what they do? Now HR department then use the ticketing tool, create a ticket, and that ticket first come to the department head. Because remember, whatever you create in Microsoft Azure or any cloud platform for that matter, it is chargeable. So department head must have to approve the cost. And then when the department head approve the cost, it will come to the finance team. We call generally as a FinOps team, who supposed to, hey others, good morning, who's supposed to validate whether this server cost can be budgeted. It's not like that in our own mind, okay, I need to create a server, so we can create. In a companies, every penny when they spend, they have a budget. Okay, they have a budget. Come to finally the IT team. Anyone who is heading that IT team operation, they then choose you. When we say you as an administrator, all right, this ticket is assigned to you. And this is how the sample ticket look like. Like it may have a ticket number. It may have a information who raised this ticket. It may have a information that this ticket should be treated at the high priority. And then the detail of the information, like what the VM name, which operating system, what the size, what should be the username you put, what should be the password you put. So I mean to say everything is clearly illustrated, and I as an administrator, I only have to follow that instruction. You cannot go just deviation like that. At least in the initial phases. When you become senior, when you get that experience, then probably you can take certain decision by your own, but not at the beginning level. So this flow you have to remember. when you are sitting in front of an interviewer and you are claiming yourself that you are an administrator. The second very, very important part which we understand yesterday, that why customer should use Azure and why Azure boom in last 4 to 5 years. There are so many benefits of Azure. If you look at that, this is what you all describe. Azure has a cost benefit, Azure has a scalability benefit, Azure has go global benefit. So many benefits we have. So I mean to say, when you have, hey Nagesh, good morning. So even if, good morning Sandeep, even if we have so many benefit, then why customer, I can say 10 years back, not likely to use Azure? Why few customer only use Azure? So one of the reason is it's a business versus application. Good morning, Gopal. So the changing scenario in today's world, that it's a app driven business. You see Uber, it's a completely app driven. Netflix, app driven. Even the banks, not you can say it's a app driven. The government, look at, if you are in India, all the services of a government is available through an app. So it's an app driven business, and if the app is down, it may have a problem. Good morning, Kunal. It has a problem. So when we say an app, the problem with the app is, if we want to use any of the app require to subscribe. If you want to use Amazon, if you want to use Uber, if you want to use Netflix, they say that first you subscribe. And what do I mean by subscribe? I put my name, my date of birth. I put my national ID card. I use sometimes credit card, my address. This is very, very personal to me. So these company, where they store these informations? So usually they store this information in a data center. And where is this data center? Few years back, that data center is only in one country. So if it is an Indian company, usually they have a data center in India. If it is a US company, they have a data center in US. So just imagine the scenario when an Indian company go to a France, say that, okay, I want to do a business in your country. France say that, all right, so you are going to use app. I say, of course, yes. And you store information. I say, yes. Where will you store information? Of course, in India, because we are an Indian company. They say, no. What will happen if tomorrow these two countries are not in a good relationship? My citizen data is in your control and you can use it, you can misuse it. So that fear grow, and that is the reason why almost every country in the world, as small as, you can say, like any country in you can take about, which is a very smaller in size, they are not demanding that you have to now store the data in my country. So take the data center, build the data center. And we call that is data residency law. India also have now data residency law. Before that we do not have, but now we have a data residency law. And this data residency law demand that if you want to do a business in my country, store data here. And to store data here, build a data center. To build a data center, you have to invest $1 billion. You have to take a real estate. You have to secure the building. You have to hire a staff. You have to purchase so many servers, network devices. Huge investment. And what will happen if tomorrow my business did not fly? We go for a toss. What will I do with that investment? So that trigger uh, adoption of Azure. So what is Azure? It's a cloud platform, just like an AWS, just like an Google. And what this cloud provider do? They divide the whole world into manageable geography, like a US, APAC, Europe, and Middle East. And we understand yesterday, this geography selection is very much depend on the political alliances, the cultural similarities within that specific region. And within that geography, they select certain region, like for an example, in APAC, it select India, no Sri Lanka for an example, no Malaysia for an example. So selection of the region depend on lot many factors. We discuss some of the factor, like the area should not be an earthquake prone area, the area should be a coastal area, it should not be a landlocked area, and so on. And within the region, they select the cities. Like in India, they select the cities like a Mumbai, which is quite near to the coastal area. They select Chennai because it is quite close to the coastal area. And within that, they set up a data center. Now, this data center host million customer services. And what will happen for XYZ region if the data center is non-functional, not available, it is down? So for that matter, these cloud service provider create multiple data center within the same city, and all these data center are connected with a very fast, low latency fiber connectivity. And as a customer, now you have a choice. You can create a replica of your server in a multiple data center across the city, so that in case if one data center down, no worry, you still have an option to replicate your data to a second server, second data center. And then in the last, we understand about a different job role, like a company require to host its website on Microsoft Azure. This is the requirement of a company. So first, which role come to understand this requirement is a solution architect. Now solution architect come into the picture. They try to understand, decode this customer requirement through a lot of questionnaire, and on the basis of questionnaire, your solution architect decide whether they go with VM, storage, app, container, and so on. And after that, they draw the diagram. Generally, we call it as an HLD diagram, high level diagram. In that diagram, they select what type of SKU or size of the VM they select, which virtual machine, what should be the virtual machine name, which operating system and a build type, and which region, and so on. There is a lot of factors they decide. So yesterday we did this lab where we create a virtual machine with Windows operating system. We install IIS web server, and in the IIS web server we get a folder inetpub www root, and within that I can host all my Java, Python, .NET, whatever code. Simply we use HTML yesterday, and using the web virtual machine public IP, we get the full flow. This is what we done yesterday. I hope that you already have that clarity what all we discussed yesterday. It depend on your application. For example, I say that I have a AutoCAD application. Okay. Now AutoCAD application is, you can say that it's a console based application. It is a desktop based application. It cannot run anywhere. You cannot use app service. You cannot use a storage. You cannot use container. Only choice you have, you need a server because it run on top of operating system. Let's say you want to create your own database, correct? Oracle database. Now, Oracle database, you cannot run anywhere. Again, you need a virtual machine. Yeah. So
Okay.
if your project has a requirement where you need an OS based application, we generally call it as a desktop based application, we need a virtual machine. As simple as that. When you get a request to provision a virtual machine, you need to pick the right SKU or the size. For example, a B series machine, which is cheap, but it is only for a testing workload. Any D series machine, this is just to handle a generic workload, like we create a print server, Active Directory, web server. But when we need a machine which is require too much of memory, like when we use a CAD software, then we need E series machine. When we need an application which need a very high CPU uses, like any scientific application which do a calculation or a processing in the background, you need F series machine. So I mean to say there are different series of machine we have, but this is not the end. Now, as in Microsoft Azure, when you create a VM, when you're supposed to create a VM, there are few things which you have to understand in the background. Look at that, what happened in a Microsoft data center. So in a Microsoft data center, basically they use in the background a same server, like an IBM server, Dell server, HP server, exactly same server. Now on each of the server, Microsoft install their own virtualization software called Hyper-V. So if you go to any of the Microsoft data center by any chance, you will surprised that their setup is almost just like in my own company setup. Now in this Hyper-V, they say that, okay, you want to create a VM. Now listen it very carefully. That is a very, very important part. So let's say I am one of the company called Infosys. I create a VM. So my VM will come and create on this hardware. This hardware. I'm just taking an example that let's say I am Infosys VM. Now let's take a second company. For an example, I am saying it might be IBM or Wipro. They create a VM. This VM is also come and sit in the same hardware. What does it mean? It means that this VM is using shared infrastructure. All right. So when I say I share a same infrastructure, means this server in the background connected with a network. Let's say they are connected with a network. Same network. My traffic also go from this network. Your traffic also go from this network. Hardware is shared, network is shared. So what the Microsoft said right now here, hey customer, if you host your VM on a same hardware where other customer VM is also maybe sit or hosted, I will give you cost benefit. Cost benefit in the sense, because you are sharing the same hardware and the same network. So I am going to charge your VM, just for an example, $1 per hour. $1 per hour. So you will see a very cheap VM, because in $1 per hour, you are running your workload. But few of the customer, they say no. Who is he? Sir, is Infosys. I don't know who is Infosys. What will happen through this VM if someone run some malicious tool and it able to penetrate and enter into my VM? Is it possible? Microsoft said that I have taken all care of, but still it can be possible. Even 0.1% chance. They said I can't take. I am FBI. I am raw. I am a bank. I cannot take even a 0.1% chance that someone able to penetrate your security and enter into my VM. So your cloud provider then say that, okay, no worry, I am going to give you a separate hardware. This server is reserved for you. And we call it as a dedicated host. We say that when you have a dedicated host, in this VM, in this server, only your VM can created. Only your VM can created. No other customer VM will created. How will you charge me? Then I will not charge you a VM basis. I will simply charge you a hardware basis. So let's say this whole hardware is reserved for you. You create one VM, you create no VM, you create 10 VM. It's all up to you. I am going to charge this server cost, CPU, memory, and whatever you have. So it's a dedicated node. Few customer, they do not go with shared hardware, they go with dedicated hardware. But in this case, still you have a problem, because your network is still same. Your hardware is dedicated, but when the traffic go out or in, it go with the same hard, or you can say same network switch. So few of the customer, they are very adamant. They said, no, I want everything is mine. Network is mine. No other traffic should go through that network. Then the Microsoft said that, all right, in that case, I am going to give you a third option, which is called isolated. Now, in case of isolated, you get dedicated your own network. No other traffic will pass from here. It's only you. So 3 options. So shared infrastructure, dedicated host, and isolated. So what does it means now? So for an example, when you create a VM, a virtual machine, like we did yesterday, let me just select we simply go to the size. Now in the size, are you able to see the isolated size now? Yes, correct. So we have something called isolate size. Second, when you move further to the advanced section of your VM configuration, here you get something which is called as an host. And you see that it say that, hey, do you want dedicated host? Perfect. So remember, this is a very, very important part from providing what customer need. Most of the time, we only focus on share infrastructure. But we have other 2 options: dedicated host, isolated host. Clear? Understand where this configuration come from? One, if you want isolated, go with the SKU. You want the dedicated, you can configure to the advanced option. Perfect. Second, few customer or few you can say that kind of a countries, we say that they have a different reservation. Like for example, US federal governments, any agency you take, they say that that's fantastic, you give me isolated, I love it. But how I can create this isolated infra? Very simple, sir. Go to portal.azure.com. Portal.azure.com. This portal.azure.com used by how many customers? Sir, millions in the worldwide. What will happen if someone compromise portal.azure.com itself? I do not want your portal.azure.com, which is used by millions of people. I want dedicated to me. Only we can log in, no one can. Germany, federal agencies, they say, no, I cannot use portal.azure.com because it is used by millions of people. What will happen if someone compromise your portal and they enter into your data center? China, they say, no portal.azure.com. So in that case, Microsoft say, okay, no worry, customer. For that, I am going to create a complete new Azure portal with dedicated data center for you. There only you can run your services, no one others, but you have to give me some business guarantee that that much utilization you will do. And this is how Azure a special region come. That is called Azure US, Azure Germany, Azure China. Look at that, very interesting one, right? So it means that when you are interacting with a different customer globally, you will see a different type of requirement coming. And you say that, hey, as of now, I only know how to create a VM. What is this dedicated host concept and isolated concept? And now, what is this Azure US, Azure Germany, Azure China? So for an example, when you go to Google and just type here Azure China, we call it as a special region. This is something which is only available in China. You cannot run portal.azure.com overall. If you are in a Germany federal agencies, it is only available Azure D, that is a Germany. When you go to federal government agencies who want to run their services on Microsoft Azure, they have a totally different portal. Perfect. So I mean to say, when you understand about as an administrator, because end of the day, you are supposed to provision infrastructure. To provide infrastructure, you have to understand that what exactly the environment where I am going to work. And this is how it will work there. Now, another very, very interesting part which you have to understand is how we can provide services to Microsoft, or you can say that my team, my customer, when they have something which is come as a projection. I give you one thought process. So let's say, for an example, and make a note that is very, very important from your cracking the interview point of view, and also if you are already on a higher level, that let's say customer need 40 server in next 6 months for one of their site. And this is very tricky. And you are an administrator. Remember, they say that they need 40 server in next 6 months, not now. Next 6 months. It is something like that. Last year, we went to Singapore as a family vacation. But much before that, almost like a 5 months before, I already reserved hotel. Why I do that? Because I know that in the last moment, if I try to reserve a hotel, maybe the hotel not available, or even if it is available, it might be under very different cost. So here you get a projection now that you need a 40 server in the next 6 months for one of the site, one of the project. And you are an administrator. Why I am emphasizing that you are an administrator? Because accessing the portal, doing the task is my responsibility. Someone can only give you direction, but they do not have a understanding how to click and where to click. So you will get an instruction, you will get a provision that, hey, administrator, please be ready. We need 40 server in next 6 months anytime. Maybe in March, maybe in April, maybe in June. Be ready. Do not come with the excuse in the last moment, sir, this cannot be happen. So one of the very important thing which you all have to understand here is when we say Microsoft Azure, AWS, Google, they build their data center. They build their data center. This is their data center. In the data center, they have physical servers. Okay. In that physical server, they create VM. But how many servers they have? Let's say, for example, Microsoft open their data center in Hyderabad, and in that Hyderabad, they started their data center with, I'm just giving a very hypothetical example of 1000 Dell server. Usually in 1000 Dell server, you can hypothetically, if you go with even the 2 GB RAM, you can create about a 10,000 VMs on all these 10,000. And remember, this data center is not exclusively for you. It's for millions of customers. So I, as a customer, who am I? Let's say I am Simplilearn. I have another customer. Let's say, for example, Infi. I have another customer, maybe XYZ. Now, Simplilearn say that, okay, hey, Microsoft, I need 10 server. Microsoft said, all right, I can give you, I have a capacity of a 10,000 server. I give you 10 server to you. Infosys. Microsoft, I need 100 server. You say, yes, I have a capacity. I can give it to you. But the problem is how many customer it can serve. So let's say, for an example, Microsoft said that a customer who want to probably come to my data center to host their service, I am going to give them number of VM which they can create, and they designed something called okay, nobody, Smriti, please hold on for a minute. When we come to the lab part, I will check it to you. Okay, Smriti, just focus on what we are learning, because if you miss this one, will be difficult, right? Because you won't get all this information in any of the document or any of the lecture. Okay, so what Microsoft do now? Then Microsoft by default enable something called quota. This is default quota, and by default the quota is, you can have, let's say, for example, D series server. Every customer can create maximum 10 server. This is the default quota. You go to Azure, you go to AWS, you go to Google, they set this default quota, and you are an administrator. And what will happen if you are not aware about that? You create 1 VM, good. 2 VM, good. 7 VM, good. 9 VM, good. 10 VM, good. 11 VM, you can't create. Yeah, you can't create. Why? Because there is a quota and you are not aware. And when you are not aware, you are in trouble now. So when you go to a Microsoft and when you or go to AWS or go to Google, when you type quota, you will see there's a whole lot of quota which is available. For example, when I say how much machine I can create for, let's say, my US region, or maybe in the you can say Mumbai region. Now, one of the best part is when you are making or checking your quota, which is default 10, you have to increase your quota size. So you can just launch a new quota request and say that I want probably this much of quota, which will going to give me, and quota for everything. If you look at that, quota for your server, quota for your, and you just raise one request and you request whether accepted by Microsoft or not, it depend, no guarantee. So depend upon your customer, your agreement with Microsoft, they will give you that, okay, how much quota you can go ahead and increase. So very first thing, what you do as an administrator, request for quota increase. But as I say, increasing the quota is not a guarantee that Microsoft will give you the VM on the same cost. And why it is important now? So Microsoft said that there is a multiple way you can get my service. The popular one, we call it as an on demand price. On demand means, I'll just give you a very simple way to understand. Let's say I am creating a VM and I just go with a size here and let the pricing to be load. Everyone able to see the pricing here? Last column at my screen. Look at that. The machine which we all create yesterday is a D2SV3, which give you 2 CPU, 8 GB memory, and the cost coming around $70 per month. $70 per month. And very surprised, after 1 hour, when you again check, you might see a difference. It can be 71. It can be 69. It can be 75. It's a dynamic. Microsoft reserved the right to increase the price of their services. So, and as I said yesterday, that for Azure, everything is budgeted in the beginning of the financial year. So what will happen, even if you have a quota increase, and when you try to create machine after 6 months or within 6 months, you get totally different escalation pricing. And then your management will catch you. Dear administrator, I told you 6 months back, I need 40 server. And today you are coming back and say that yes, 40 server can be created, but price will go now double fold. So the second one, you have to, in a more sales language, we call something which is called as an monetary commitment. Even if you do not heard all this word, please make a note, because this is the real time scenario when people use this terminology. When we say a monetary commitment, it is something like that. I am, as a customer, I am giving assurance to the Microsoft. Hey Microsoft, in the next 1 year, I am going to use your service worth $1 million. When Microsoft understand that, okay, you are committing as a customer that you will use my service worth rupees 1 million. So as a gesture, I said that, okay, customer, so I am going to give you 20% discount. But remember the word commitment. That is a very, very important one. And when you actually into the licensing terminology of the Microsoft or AWS or Google, this carry weightage. If you miss your commitment for 1 year, next year, Microsoft will give you totally different pricing, next year only. So as a customer, it is responsibility that we have to honor the commitment, because on the basis of that commitment, I get certain discount. So to have a monetary commitment, one is the license agreement. Second, again, as a technical person, you can request for reservation. So you can request for reservation of your services. This is the reservation which we say, all right, dear customer, I am going with a virtual machine, and whether I am going with a D1 series virtual machine, D series virtual machine. Just give me a second. Let me to load it. Bamsi, just 1 minute. Let's say I am selecting this one as a standard B series machine for an example. And I am just making that I want 40 server for you. Whatever the price come to me, that price get lock. Even if the fluctuation come, it doesn't work. So by just selecting any of these, move forward and say that, okay, this is what I make a provision now and committed to use for at least 1 or 3 years. Sometimes the urgent scenario happen, right? It was not planned, but all of a sudden you have a request that, hey, can you create a server? Whether the server is temporary, means just for 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 5 day, 1 week, or whether the server which you emergency provisioned is going to run for next 1 to 3 years. Landing zone, others actually be discussed in AZ-305. But let me see if on a day number 4, if I can throw some light to you. Okay. Yeah. Perfect now. So look at that here, the scenario change. You suddenly get a request. It was not planned at all. That, hey, you have to create 1 server, 2 server, 3 server. And that server going to use for next 1 to 3 years. Because it is not a part of monetary commitment. So by default, it is go on demand price. On demand price means if you create a VM, today it show you $1 for 1 hour. Tomorrow it might show you $2 for 1 hour. After 6 months, it might be $3 for 1 hour. And then you will get caught. Because as an administrator, you also have to understand the budget which is allocated to your organization, your department. You cannot cross the budget. You say, what can I do? So almost every cloud service provider, they give you a fantastic option. Be it in AWS, be it in Azure, be it in Google. They say that select your size, whatever you want, and then run Azure a spot discount on the spot. So here maybe you can fix that. Okay, right now the price of my VM is going for example, $10. So I'm just giving that if it is going beyond $12, just probably evict my node so that, or just shut down my server so that I will aware that it is now going beyond. Usually when you go with the spot discount, whatever the price current now, right now, that will be locked for you. Microsoft generally honor it. Honor in the sense, they generally do not, even the fluctuation happen on the real price, it does not give you impact. But at the same time, Microsoft said that because you have not make it as a commitment, I honor a spot discount to you. You can enjoy your VM for the next 1 year. I try my best to give you the same discount already applicable to you. But from the Microsoft side, if let's say the price increased double fold, then I cannot honor you. Then you have a choice. Either you can make a final monetary commitment if you want to hold that price, or I will let your VM shut down. And when you start your VM, then it will be on the on-demand pricing. So next thing is a spot discount. Now, be it in Azure, be it in Google, be it in AWS, it doesn't matter. Same process. Request for the quota increase, request for the reservation, understand monetary commitment, and going for urgent address of any of the server services. You as an administrator, you must understand when to use what. Sometimes you get an instruction, sometimes you may not get an instruction also. Since you work in a team, you can add a value. You can ask a question. Okay, you are saying that you are planning to use SAP in the next 6 months. Sir, can I increase the quota? Can I make a reservation request? Because all this is going to take a commitment value. a face value. So your action may down the reputation of a company in front of Microsoft. Hey, look, this customer, they say that they will use $1 million and they are still on 100K. Next time, this customer, I will not give any discount, no leniency. You are in problem. Now, another very, very important part which you need to understand as an administrator, how the OS license work here. So remember, this is a very, very tricky part when you are working and planning for a deployment in you can say a Microsoft world. Like for an example, I give you an idea that I already have Windows Server, let's say 2019 license, and as a company I already have 100 license. We are technically called such type of licensing as a on-prem license. Remember yesterday, when we create a VM, we select Windows Server 2025 and we do not care about the license. So who is maintaining the license now? So what the Microsoft give you offer now? Okay. Do you have an existing license? Or like in our case yesterday, we do not have a license. No on-prem license. So first let's understand this no on-prem license. When you do not have an on-prem license, Microsoft, when you create a VM, will automatically include that subscription based license for you, and you do not have to pay upfront money for your license. For example, one Windows Server 2019 license cost approximately in Indian currency like 1,25,000. 1,25,000. One Windows Server 2019 license. Microsoft said that in the cloud, I am not going to charge you 1,29,000 right now. What I will do, I will break this whole license cost and tag it with your uses. So license cost billed in per minute cost of your VM. So when you see the price, you see that this is the price 1921 hour, and let's say for example I select here Windows Server 2085. So it said that what type of license you have. Do you already have a license? I say sorry, I do not have a license. So what the Microsoft do now? Then the Microsoft will add a certain more value into this price and say that okay, now if you take only VM, I will charge you $1 because you are also asking me to provide you the license. So your per minute cost or per hour cost now going to $1.10, or in Indian currency 1 rupees 10 paise. So you say all right, Perfect now. So you have a first choice that if you want, Microsoft will give you this license and it will build in the VM cost. You say that no, I have existing license. So Microsoft said that your existing license will not work here because it's a paper-based license. So it give you two choices now. It say that you can convert your license from existing license to, like a cloud-based license, and in that conversion, so I can say that on-prem to cloud license. Microsoft said that if you converted that, I probably offer you, because you already invested into license, right? You already pay the money to Microsoft. I am going to give you, let's say, for example, 40% additional discount. You do not have to pay again 1,29,000. You just have to pay, for example, 60,000. That is fine for me. But once you convert your license from on-prem to the cloud, you cannot use the same license on premises again. So let's say tomorrow, if you create a VM and you try to use the same license, then it is a non-compliance. You say, can I use this license in on-premises also? It say, of course you can do that. You have a choice now. You can convert into the cloud license, or you can use dual uses right. We call it as a hybrid license. They said that I give you certain discount. So for an example, when you come to the Microsoft and you say that, hey, I give you the 49%, look at the 50% discount they are offering. So do you want to use that? If you thus, probably just collect that and you can move forward. And one of the advantage, anyone who is new to this area, that is a very important thing you have to understand. When you use any of the Microsoft product, you as a customer, you have a right. If product has a problem, you can open support case with Microsoft. So when you open a support case with Microsoft may take 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 7 days to first give you response. Not only in AWS, GCP, everywhere. 7 days. Because you only purchase the product, you do not purchase the support plan. Clear? So Microsoft generally say that when you purchase a product, you can purchase a support plan with me. There's a different support plan. For priority 1 support plan, priority 2 support plan. Priority 1 support plan, the moment you have a problem, Microsoft will respond you within 30 minutes. In the enterprise world, in the licensing world, they give you license, plus they also give you software assurance. License plus software assurance. So by default, software assurance, or we call it as an SA, include a lot of things, plus it include the support plan. So when you convert the license from on-premises to cloud, that support plan is also now eligible in the cloud as well. So you do not have to purchase additional support plan for the Microsoft. I hope that till now you get in depth when you are planning to no, you cannot use same license for two places. You say that if you convert into the cloud only license, Sumant, then only you can use in the cloud. If you have a hybrid one, you can use either in a cloud or on premises, but not at the both place. Is that clear? There is a server with 128 GB of RAM, 128 GB of hard disk, and running some application. There is a requirement to have another hard disk of, let's say, 4 GB, where you can say that application can store their logs. So in the simple understanding of this whole problem is, there is already a VM which is running. This is a VM which is already running. This VM has one hard disk of 128 GB. Let's say I call it as an disk 1. This hard disk is mapped with this VM, which is VM1, and this hard disk is available as an, there is a two partition. One is a C drive, you can say C drive, and it has a D drive. So they require one more hard disk. You can say it like a disk 2. Disk 2, and it should be a 4 GB disk, where they are planning to store only the log file. So they want to use something like a E drive for an example, and they want to store all the logs of your application. You are an administrator, so you get a ticket as usual, a fantastic ticket. Let's say this is again used by an HR manager. This is the server, and you have a requirement to have a disk, and this disk should be a 4 GB disk. There is same process. Department head raise a ticket, go for department head to approval, come back to FinOps team to provision the budget of additional disk, because this is cost. Once the budget provision is approved, come back to the IT manager, and then the ticket assigned to you. Is the scenario clear? Now on the whatever is pop up, just cross it. And then in the tool menu, you see that you have on the right hand side top, there is a tool menu. Okay. Right hand side. Click the tool menu. And you get something called computer management. Second option. Tool menu in server manager, and then you get computer management. Click that. And then on the left hand side, you have a disk management under storage. Server manager, tool menu, computer management, and then once the computer management open, you get something called disk management. So Gayatri, are you able to see disk 1 and disk 0? Disk 0 is 127 GB. Disk 1 is attached by Microsoft. It is only for temporary storage. Okay. So the moment you reboot your VM, all whatever you store is gone. What is the requirement? To add another hard disk of a 4 GB. Right now, you only have a C drive and a D drive, and your C drive is 127 GB. Everyone able to see this screen at this point of time on the Gayatri VM? Yes, yes. So now we are going to add new hard disk. So Gayatri, go back to Azure portal, please. On the left hand side, you have setting. No, just scroll down. Scroll down. You see settings. Yeah. In the setting, you see disk. In the disk, if you scroll down, you get an option called create and attach a disk. Can you highlight it? Create and attach a disk. Yes. Everyone able to see create and attach a disk at the Gayatri screen, right? And when you click it, this is how it appear below. You click 2 times by mistake, Gayatri. No, that's fine. Okay, just fine. Just click this. Click create and attach this. Give a disk name. What is the name they want? Log file, right? You just say log file or log data or whatever you like. I mean to say log data. And it should be a standard HDD because premium SSD is not allowed. First one. Yeah, just fine. Standard, yes. And let's go with 32 GB of size. That's fine with me. 32 GB of size, that is fine with me. A standard HDD, log data, 32 GB size, click apply. Now go back to your VM, please. Make it a full screen. Are you able to see disk 2 now? Can you scroll down disk 2? Yes, everyone able to see on the Gayatri screen? Disk 2 is appear. How much GB? 32 GB. Correct? So right click the disk 2 now. And you get an option. Called initialize the disk. Initialize the disk means now disk should be available for your server to use. So click initialize the disk and say OK. Now your disk is become online, and you will see the status change online, right? So now you have a 31.98 GB is available for you. Right click the 31.98 GB. And you get something called simple volume. Click that. Next. So you are going to create F drive, for example, and just next, all done. Finish. Yes. Now in the search box, Gayatri, in your server search box, below you have a search box. In the yeah, exactly. Just type here Explorer, and you get File Explorer. Click that. Left side you have a this PC. Click this PC. Click the word this PC. Okay, no worry. So are you able to see F drive now? Right now, F drive is available, so you can save the file. After this is in this slide, Gaurav, where it is showing unallocated, right click, you will get new volume. Just select new volume and say next. Yeah. So this is the first administrator task where we get a task to add an hard disk. I hope that now everyone aware how the add disk had been added and you can proceed further. Correct? Gopal, we are going to finish it because after half an hour we are anyhow on conversation mode. So please bear with us. You get 31 GB unallocated, right? Not here, just after that. In the second box. Rightly. New volume. Next. Yes. It's a pay as you go. It's a pay as you go, others. Not fixed, it's a pay as you go. This is the common problem that there is issues with server. After some time start complaining, yeah, what is Azure? The VM is running slow, very slow. It happens because when you first time create a server, it is a brand new, right? After sometimes you would add application, you have a data, you have so many things. So definitely the server CPU and memory start getting utilized. So Bubalan, you ask about a ticket, right? This is the sample ticket. Bubalan, are you able to see? This is how the ticket will look like. So you get another ticket. You have a ticket number, request by, priority high, VM name, and then you get something called issues. What is the issues? VM is running slow. Yeah, sure. So you just look at that. This is how get a type of ticket. You want to create something? Are you investigating something? Are you like a troubleshooting something? So you get a ticket. This is how the ticket will look like. Yeah. You also have a jump box, Sasank. Jump box. We discuss it in a network part. So through which you can take the control of the server. So here we have, the ticket come to you. So how you are going to investigate? So you will check the performance of a server. Remember, there is a detailed monitoring that will be covered in the last day, but you check the performance of the server, like a CPU utilization. Temp file. No. So once you reboot, then only it will click. Otherwise, it will stay there. Srinu, only when you event of a server reboot, that temp directory will get removed from there. So one, you have a performance of the server. You review performance of the server. This is a step one. After that, you conclude. What you conclude? Need to scale CPU and memory of the server. As an administrator, what is my first task? We will review the performance of a server. When we say performance of a server, means I will monitor CPU, memory, disk, network, all the performance. And then we conclude that this server, which is having, let's say, 2 GB, 8 GB memory and 2 CPU, need to scale. So very, very important point which you have to note here. In Microsoft Azure, as we understand, it's a series. It's a series. So when we talk about a series, you have to choose from the same series. For example, if you are in a B series already, you cannot upgrade to D series. If you are in a D series, you cannot upgrade to E series. Make a note, please. You can only scale between the different options available in the same series. Yes, Gayatri. Now, click the overview of the server. Overview. Everyone go to the overview of the portal and scroll it down. Scroll it down. More down. And wait. You have a monitoring option on the top. Just up. Little up. Little up. Little up. Scroll up. Little scroll up. More. Just one more. Just one more. And you get monitoring. Yes. Everyone able to see that. That monitoring is free of cost. We will talk about the paid monitoring when we are in a monitoring section in the last day. Okay. So at this point of time, it say that looks fine to me. Just scroll it down a little bit. Scale more little bit. More little bit. And here you get a basic dashboard. Does your VM ever restarted, shut down, not available? It say no, every time is perfect because graph is showing good. Look at the average CPU utilization. Are you able to see that it's fluctuating between some 35% to 50%? Correct? Maybe you are able to see here, it is above 90%, 95%, sometimes even touch 100%. Then it is a red flag. It means that your CPU utilization is too high on a server. Scroll it down. And same with the disk. That whether your disk utilization is how much it is, right? You have a show more matrix. Click that. Click show more matrix. Just below the box. Scroll down and you have a network utilization. Look at that, my dear friend. Disk utilization. Memory utilization. Correct? So let's say you carefully understand, okay, the CPU utilization on a server every time going 90% and above. Then you raise a request that this server need more CPU, more memory. More CPU, more memory. Now, more CPU, more memory means you have to upgrade the server hardware. To upgrade a server hardware, you have to make a shut down the server. So there is a downtime. You have to take the permission from the user, from the stakeholder. There will be a downtime because we have to upgrade this server from 2 CPU to maybe 4 CPU, for an example. So let's say you already have approval of a downtime, then how you can do the resizing of a server. In the search box on the top, you just search size. No, not here, not here, not here. In the box, left hand side, over the size. And in the availability and a scroll, you get a size, all of you. Okay, click the size, please. And look at that, you are already in a D series machine, correct? Which machine? 2 CPU, 8 GB memory, DSV3, that is your series name. You can upgrade it to the next series in a D series V3 only. So when you scroll it down a little bit, you get DS4 V3, right? Where you have an 4 GB, 4 CPU and 16 GB memory. Of course, the costing, everything you already have approval. So when you have to upgrade it, first you have to shut down the server, then you select DS4 V3. Select the second one. And you just have to click the resize. Correct? And just hit the resize, because you do not have a permission to use this SKU. Otherwise, in a real world environment, you are able to resize it. Is that clear? The way you shut down the server through the portal also, you overview, you get a shutdown option. Or if you are already logged in on a server, click a start button, shut down. Okay, Gopal. Now on the left hand side, you get operation. Everyone able to see operation? This is your lifeline as an administrator. Okay, operation. Maybe you have to put lot of your effort to understand lot of things here. I'm just giving you the basic idea. For example, you want to do some troubleshooting, and as I said, in a production environment, you cannot take the remote control of a VM, because once you create a VM, hand over to the user change the username and password, and then you do not know that. Okay, so without login to the VM, still you can do a lot of things. For example, there is something called run command. Click the run command, Jyoti, Gayatri, sorry, run command. And let's say, for example, I want to see what is the IP address of a server. Can you little bit scroll down? And you have an IP config. Click. Say run. Just say run. So what it does, it run the IP config inside the VM, and it will give you output here without login on a server. So there are a lot of script you can see on the left hand side. For example, if by mistake someone disable the RDP, by mistake someone disable the administrator account, everyone able to note here? Lot of options, right? Yeah. Lot of options. So now look at that, the whole IP address is coming to here for you. Yes, exactly. Yeah. From the console, super. And you are a champion. You can do a lot of tasks here. So, and then when you have a problem, remember when you work on Microsoft Azure portal, and when you have a problem, everything you cannot do. You cannot do everything, because platform is in control of Microsoft. Yes. Yeah. So on the left hand side, if you scroll it down completely from menu side, Gayatri, scroll down, you have a help. Click help. Scroll down. And in the help, you see that there is a lot of option. For example, if you miss the username and password, you can reset the password from here. Correct? Right? You can reset the password from here for your username. If you scroll it down below, you can set support and ticketing, and this you have to remember, because many time it get uh, asked in interview. If you have a problem which you cannot fix, what you do? You simply say, sir, then I open a support ticket. How? Last option, click support and troubleshooting. Click that. And just type, for example, uh, VM is VM get restarted. Say go. Click go. It says there is a lot of options. What is the issues with? I say that virtual machine running Windows. Next. Next. Now it will automatically give you an advice. So it said that, okay, what you want, what type of issues you are facing, right? So my resource stop unexpectedly. Let's say you select the second one. Next. So it gives you a lot of, help. You just follow the screen. Second option, if you go a little bit up, up, more up. You are going down actually. You have to go scroll up. Uh, You have on the top, it automatically enable create a support request. Yes. Click that. So now you describe a problem. Go next. Correct? Yes. Go next. Click next. Next. And if you are having a premium support, the moment you open a support ticket, you will get an immediate call. What happened? And they will take a remote and they will do your job. So in Azure, you should not do every job by yourself. Correct? Now the last thing before we bind up. Last week, one of the user is have a problem that their virtual machine, they are not able to take control through VPN. So he has started troubleshooting. In order to troubleshoot, he mess up. Then he called me. He said, I have a problem. The VM was able to access till yesterday morning, but suddenly in the evening when I connect the VM through the VPN, it is not able to connect. I said, that's the thank you, but this is your problem or Microsoft problem? You say, maybe my problem. I mean, how can you come to know? If there is a problem at the Microsoft side and you are wasting your time in troubleshooting. Yes or no? So remember, whenever your problem come in the Microsoft world, AWS world, Google world, because 90% platform managed by them, you only see console, you cannot troubleshoot every service. So how can I first of all come to know that there is a problem in the Microsoft side? So go to Google, open a Google on the next side, on the next tab. Everyone type google.com. Google.com and just type AWS, Azure, Google, whatever. Just say Azure status, health status, Azure health status. Azure, not AWS, Azure health status. Just you get that. Please everyone bookmark this one. Bookmark. I see a lot of people feedback when they go for an interview. This question most of the time ask. Most of the time ask. You get Azure status. Click that. Same way you have AWS status. Same way you have a Google status. Okay. And you get scroll down. Just click, for example, Asia Pacific. And look at that in Asia Pacific, every region is listed on the top. For example, in West India, is there any problem in Azure compute fleet? Is there any problem in, let's say, cloud service? In any problem in Azure function, it will give you the red and that yellow mark. So before you troubleshoot anything, please come here. Please come here. Check that the service which you are trying to troubleshoot, is there any problem from the Microsoft side, from the AWS side, from the Google side? Do not jump on troubleshooting. Everyone make a note. Sometimes it happens, problem is not at the Microsoft end. Problem is at your own tenant end, because someone maybe do something R&D in the tenant, and because of that some services go for a toss. So can you scroll it up? Scroll up, Gayatri. You go to service, go to Azure Service Health dashboard. This is your dashboard. This is not global dashboard. So it asks you to log in with your same credential for your Azure. It will only verify your tenant health status. Is there any issues? You say no issues. Is there any issues happen in the past? Go to history. Click health history. In a time range, drop down and select, let's say, last 1 year. Last one. Last, let's say, 3 months. You get the whole history. There is a problem happen. There is a problem happen in my tenant, in Simplilearn tenant, because Azure front door is not able to configure. So whenever the student try to configure Azure front door in AZ-305, it was not happening. A lot of trainer and student are scratching their head. What is happening? This is not the problem of I and you. It is a problem of Microsoft. So when you click that second one, Azure front door, this is what exactly it will give you. You can see that what the problem, you have impacted service, what is the issues update. Is that clear, every one of you? Now you feel like you are administrator, have that knowledge and experience, and throughout the day, what my job, or you can say actually the task I used to perform. And that is going to be a very good understanding, and be start going to understand the job of administrator as we progress. And then remember, last day, when the same question I'm going to ask as an interviewer, I definitely like to know how you are going to respond to me. Second, very, very important is know the platform. So for example, if we are claiming ourselves as an Azure administrator, what is Azure is actually in true sense, and as a customer, what is the main trigger point to adopt Azure or any cloud platform for that matter. So all of you wonderfully explain day one why as a customer we should go for an Azure is to save cost because it work more on a OPEX model. It provide high availability business continuity. It's a pretty simple way of managing your large infrastructure, including hundred of applications and the data. The trust factor that if I run my services and if I host my data in cloud, it would be safe. And with the single click of the button, we can provision our infrastructure in any part of the world. While these all factors are pretty well known, but it's not a real reason why any customer go for a cloud. So trigger happen when business change the way it operate. Few years back, as a business company, huge app, but not dependent on app. Even if the app is not working, still some part of the business can go on. But in today context, it's a purely app driven business. Like Uber app. So if Uber app is down, nothing can be happen. So dependency on application to drive the business, this also create another type of risk. And risk is if a company of one country expand their business in another country and this company use app to connect with their customer. So this app demand any user who want to use my services, they have to provide their personal data while registering my service, like a name, date of birth, address, national ID card, credit card, and so on. So this create a risk if two country tomorrow go on a different, you can say, course of relationship, then it might be a chances that whatever the data is stored by this company in their own territory about the citizen of the other country can be misused. So this create a concern, and to protect the data about their own citizen, every country now come up with their own data residency law, like GDPR in Europe. So this data residency law demand that if you are a foreign entity and if you want to do the business in my country, you have to set up your application, store all your data locally. And this is going to be a big investment now, because this require we as a company to first invest $1 billion to set up a data center, get all kind of a compliance certifications, So this is how cloud service provider like Microsoft Azure come in our rescue as a business. They say that we already set up our data center in most of the critical area of the world. So you as a customer, you became my tenant. Use my data center to run your application and store your data. And you just pay me what you are using. You do not have to pay the whole data center setup charges. So with help of geography, region, availability, zone, and a data center, this service provider provide me all kind of an scalability, redundancy, security, without investing a single penny from my packet. It's like a win-win situation. Be as a customer, I want to go to a different country. All right, you already have a data center. Run your application from there. Host your data there. If your business flourishes, you can expand that services. If business probably do not give you the kind of return which you are looking for, simply wrap up. So data residency law is one of the trigger point which help wide adoption of Microsoft Azure. Second, as a customer or as an administrator, what is my job? My job is to fulfill the requirement of companies or team if they need services in Microsoft Azure. So for an example, in this case, we discuss one of the customer want to host its website on Microsoft Azure. So they need a service. Now in Microsoft Azure, we can provide virtual server, we can provide a storage, we can provide app service, we can provide container service, all capable of running a website. So which service going to be the best suited? So this is how one of the role called solution architect come into the picture. And the solution architect then ask certain questionnaire in order to decide which service going to fit here. And let's say, for example, this solution architect ask a question like, hey, does your website is a static or a dynamic? Means that your code continuously change. If answer is it's a dynamic, we can simply take the storage out because storage only support a static website. When we ask another question that whether you need a backend operating system control, probably many companies want to install their own antivirus. They want to implement certain security measures. We also call it a hardening of the operating system. If that is the case, then app service gone, because app service do not let you to manage operating system. And then to filter out whether we need a VM or container, maybe as a solution architect, we ask another question: does your application is code base, or you already package your application as a container image? When that is say code base, container gone, and the virtual machine come into the picture. So then the solution architect take another step. They design the whole flow along with what should be the VM name, what should be the VM IP, which service to be installed, and how the whole end-to-end workflow look like. And once that is decided, then someone will raise a ticket, and that ticket will go through the all approval process assigned to you. And this is how a sample ticket look like. So now once you have a ticket, then your job start. Before the ticket come to you, what is discussed at the upper level, probably we do not have a clue until and unless you became a senior and you also involved into that discussion. So once the ticket start, now we can log into the portal, create our service, and so on. Sometimes in a ticket, you may mention or you may get something like use this SKU. So what is the SKU? You have to know to choose the right series. So it means that when any service, it's not only virtual machine, any service in Microsoft, when you are planning to use, you need to understand which type of a specific service we should select when you are creating that. So in case of virtual server, there are different series. Each series serve a specific purpose. For example, if we are planning to deploy an application which require a huge memory, we should go with E-series machine. Second, sometimes we also need to pre-provision infrastructure, maybe for my future project requirement. Like in this case, a customer say, I need 40 server in next 6 months. Not today, after 6 months. So as an administrator, first we already raise a request to Microsoft to allocate a quota of 40 server of a particular series. And then to lock the price, you raise the reservation request. And the last thing which we have to understand, because Microsoft Azure Cloud is actually extension of on-premises. So it means that before cloud, as a customer, we already use Microsoft services like a Windows server, like a SQL server. So it means that we already have a license. So how these license can be used when we move to the cloud? Because cloud say it's a cloud-based or subscription-based license. On-premises say it's a paper-based license. So understanding whether we are going to use existing license or we are going to use a new license, or are we planning to convert license from one type to another type. And this is how we do some typical administrator task, like add a new hard disk to my existing server, troubleshoot issues like if someone complain server is running slow, and so on. So this is the crux of what we explore, understand together in last two classes as an administrator. Remember, the role change, the same Azure service, the way we manage, the way we understand will change. But at this point of time, since we are in the role of administrator, this is what we have run as a crux. Now, I give you my own journey of last 30 years as an IT. What make me or what helped me to grow faster than many other people, other colleagues with whom I work. So in the very beginning of my career, it's almost like a, you can say 7 month when I joined one of the company as an engineer, or you can say junior engineer, even you can say trainee engineer, because this is my first job. There is one of a team lead who is a very good as a person, and also he, you can say that he has a very depth understanding of IT world. He gave me two advice. Okay, first advice, Bipin, if you want to become indispensable in your organization, means even if the downtown come, even if the recession come, even if everyone fired from your team, your job is still remains safe. Just master two technology. One is storage. Second is network. One is storage, second is network. He gave me this advice. I don't know why, but he said that if you really want to grow faster than all other people, learn these two technology. And this is quite an interesting one, because I used to see at that point of time that when someone who is having a storage background, they always invite in every type of meeting, every type of meeting. So I wonder what these storage people have to do with this type of meeting. Cloud security, cloud was not there at that point of time, Dharmala. No cloud, right? So, but anyhow, I am a good follower, so I follow his advice. I captured a storage in and out. In and out means even if my job is not, yeah, job, my job do not require to be a storage person. I'm just a junior engineer, right? So my job is to only go and fix some laptop and something. This is my job. But that person, I start understanding, learning, exploring storage. I start making friend to the people who work in a storage and a network. And within 1 year, this actually pay a very good, you can say, return to me. Because in one of the project, Haraji, it's a topic wise only. Today is a storage. So one of the project discussion, they need one person who manage a storage or provision a storage. I raise my hand, and that is the first project which I do. And now I reach to this particular level where, I watch Netflix as a movie. Now this Netflix is a front end, means I have to click any movie name. But there is not one movie, there is no two movie, there is no three movie. A storage include everything, Gregory. Okay, a storage include everything. It's a big branch. Yeah, but in a 104, it's only Azure storage. So where this Netflix store the whole data, it a store in a storage. So if there is no cloud storage, no Netflix. And likewise that you take any application, your Facebook, your Uber, your Aadhaar card, you take any application, you found this application actually in the backend use storage. The Zoom, I and you all are connected on a Zoom. Recording going on. Where the recording save? Where the recording of a Zoom save? Simple. So if there is no storage, can you imagine the Zoom now? Yes or no? This is absolutely no. So it means a storage as a service power application today. So if you remember, go back on a top, and when we talk about it's a app driven business, let's take a new understanding now today. It's a data driven app. So today world is app driven, and the app drive through data. Perfect. So when we talk about data, it's a tons of data. It's not about 1 GB, 2 GB, 1 terabyte. It can be go to the petabyte of the data. So where I am going to store my data? If I want to use cloud. So this is how Microsoft or any cloud service provider will provide you the storage service in the cloud, and this storage service in Microsoft Azure world, we call it as an Azure storage very powerful service. Now remember one more thing, when it is you can say pretty advanced at this level. So any service, any solutions, if we use to create or work on Microsoft Azure, it must match certain parameter. And what is the parameter? Cost. So if service which you provide or provision or create in a storage or in cloud, it must match the costing parameter of the customer. Second, performance. Whatever service we are going to create in cloud, we as a user, when we use it, we should feel that it should run fast. Third, we call it as a redundancy, or you call it simply as a high availability. The service which we are going to create in the cloud, in case of a downtime, I am still able to have my service or data. Third or fourth, operation. Whatever service we are going to provide or create in cloud, that should easy to operate. We should not provision in such a way that only I can manage, no one else able to manage it the way it should be. And the last is security. 5 parameter, 5 rules. So going forward, maybe I'm talking about when you are actually now progressing in your cloud understanding, these 5 will be a base for further, you can say, expansion of your understanding and knowledge in the cloud, and it has a lot of meaning. In generic, every cloud, this is the 5 parameter. Anyone know what we call this all 5 parameter in the cloud? Framework. Everyone able to see? Well architected framework. AWS well architected framework. Google well architected framework. So when you click that, these are the 5 parameter, right? Cost, security, reliability, operational excellence, and performance. Is that clear? Make a note, because going forward, this is going to be your main talking point. Yeah, remember everyone? Yes. So this is the well architected framework. Make a note, bookmark this URL. As you progress, you are going to understand that. So let's come back to the topic now. So when we say I am going to create an Azure storage in Microsoft Cloud, first is a cost. So we can create Azure storage in a 2 way. I want high performance. What do you mean by high performance? When I save data in my Azure storage, it should save like a Zoom. And when I read data from Azure storage, it should be read like a Zoom. IO, correct, Vamsi? Yeah. So if you want an average performance, you can create a standard a storage service. So when we say a standard, each price is lower, performance is just an okay. So what is the first thing? If customer is more worried about cost, go with the standard. If customer say cost probably is not a challenge for me, but I want a performance where if I save the data, if my application save the data, it should save just like Zoom, no waiting. Then you go for premium performance. Premium performance, premium storage is costlier than the standard storage, but it gives you tremendous speed power. Which two parameter? Cost and performance. Third is a high availability. Now let's say for an example, I am a customer and I store my data. Let's say it's a SQL data. It's my file data. So for an example, in Microsoft Data Center, I save my data as a file in this particular data center. So end of the day, where this file going to save? In a storage. Now, what is a storage? It's just like a disk. So if you go back to Google, and probably you can list out all the known name you have, like an IBM storage, like a Dell storage, like a HP storage, correct? So in the backend of the Microsoft, they have a storage. For an example, I'm just giving an example here. It might be an HP storage. So your file will come and stay in this storage within a data center. Within a data center. Cisco storage, right, Mamsi? Yeah. But remember, this storage is a hardware. What will happen if a storage has a problem? Its hard disk fail. Your data go. Now you go to Microsoft. Hey Microsoft, I store my data in your cloud, and now today you are saying that, hey, the backend storage is crash, so your data also gone. Is it good or bad? Kranti, Rasak, Binod, Pathan. It's a bad. Srinivas, right? But what the Microsoft will do? Right, Aparo? So Microsoft say that, hey, a storage is hardware, it can be failed. So to cover the risk, now listen it very carefully, to cover the risk, Microsoft actually copy your data by default to 3 different storage. So the moment you save the file, your file is saved in a storage, then immediately it copy to another additional storage in the same data center just to cover hardware failure. Perfect. And this is called local replication storage. So number one, first you have to decide a standard or a premium. Second, you have to decide multiple high availability options. By default, LRS. In LRS, how many storage where your data save in a single data center? 3. Is that clear? So 3 copy of your data in 3 different storage in same data center. Perfect. Now customer may have a further reservation. What will happen if this data center is crash? So if you remember, we talk about in the beginning that in a specific region there is not a one data center. So if I say, for example, Mumbai or a West US, there is a group of data center. No, we are talking about high availability. Kamal, we have a 3 data center, right? And what is the option of 3 data center? It's called availability zone. So as a customer, we have an option to replicate my data from one data center to another data center within the same. Topic is cost. I think you disconnect in between, right, Kamal? Cost is a standard or premium. Is that clear for you, Kamal? This is not cost. This is high availability. Yeah. So what the Microsoft is now, not any disaster. Yes, Bimal. Yes. Yes. So what Microsoft give you an option? They say that I have a 1 data center, 2 data center, 3 data center. All are part of same availability zone within the region. So what it does now, it is going to say that, okay, your 1 copy will save in your main data center. I will automatically replicate this to another data center, and I will also replicate it to another data center. So what does it mean now? 3 copy in 3 different storage in 3 different data center in same availability zone. And what this option is called? Zonal redundant a storage. But remember, it is a cost. Why it is a cost? Because then Microsoft now charge you replication of your data from one data center to another data center. Okay, but as a customer, you can have a peace of mind that if something goes wrong in one data center, at least my data is still accessible, save in a second data center. Let's say customer have a further reservations, right? Customer say what will happen if the whole region offline, any scenario come, war happen and data center probably destroyed. So then Microsoft give you a final option. In cloud world, okay, in cloud world, natural calamity, right, Manohar? In a cloud world, Microsoft have, or you can say AWS have or Google have one default redundancy. Redundancy in the sense that when we discuss the option where we have a, let's say in India, in Mumbai is a region, and in Mumbai as a region, we have a 3 data center. But in the same region, we have another data center, let's say in Hyderabad. So what generally cloud provider does, it create a kind of a buddy. So it say that your Mumbai is buddy of Hyderabad. So it means that some data can be replicated from Mumbai to Hyderabad and there is no compliance issues. Same way, if you have a data in East US, it can replicate to the West US without making any compromise in compliance. Compliance in the sense where the data should be stored as a data residency. And that is called a paired region. Everyone please go back and type Azure paired region, Google paired region, AWS paired region, and this is how and you get a full set of Azure pair region. I am just sharing this in a chat. This is very worth to know. So take all your country, wherever you are, and just found where the data will replicate. So for an example, when we say that my primary region is East US, a data will be replicated to a West US without any challenge to the compliance, without any violation to the compliance. But from, let's say, East US to France, it will be a compliance problem. Correct? So Microsoft now give you another option that, okay, customer, no worry, I understand your concern. So maybe you can say that in one data center, let's say for an example, this is a East US data center. East US data center. The data will replicate to a West US data center. So two different region, which is a paired region, will replicate its data and what we call yes, Dharmalan, it's a data restrictions as per the country law, right? You cannot go across the country. So if you look at the whole picture as a part of your storage provisioning, first you decide from the cost perspective, you are going with cost and performance perspective, you are going to a standard and a premium. A standard is a cheaper, premium is a higher cost, because in premium you will get an SSD, and in a standard generally you get magnetic disk. When you talk about high availability, it has a three option: LRS, ZRS and a GRS. Is it clear so far? Yeah. So GZRS is nothing, it's a GRS only. It say that in a state of a one data center within that East US, you now have a three data center in the East US, where in every data center within the zone it will be replicated. Got that, Basula Raju? Geo redundancy. ZRS is zonal redundancy. Got that, Smriti? Okay. All right. So the next is security. So when we say I have a storage in the cloud and I store my data there, what will happen if someone attack this storage and able to read my data? Microsoft say this is not possible technically, because when data is at rest, I already encrypt the whole storage system with my own encryption key. So data, while it is in a storage, we also call it as a data at rest. It is encrypted by Microsoft with its own encryption technology called BitLocker. And we also call it as an platform manage key encryption. So data at rest is always encrypted. Now, few customer again may have a reservation. They say that, hey, Microsoft, you are saying that you encrypt the data when it is in your cloud with your own key. but I still have, can I use my own encryption key? For an example, most of the company, they lock their devices or a storage with their own semantic, McAfee, or other technology key. So can I use my own key to encrypt my data at least? So Microsoft say, of course you can use and bring your own key. And we will see that when we are in a security module. We also call it as a customer manage key. So from the security point of view, data in a storage account is always encrypted, either by Microsoft or by you as a customer. Second question comes. It say that, let's say for an example, I want to access this storage from my laptop. I want to connect this with my laptop. So we can connect with the various ways. One of the common way to store the data in a storage account with a tool, we call it as an Azure Data Explorer, or you can say that Azure Storage Explorer. This will give me a offline tool through which we can, this is the simple tool you have to install in your laptop, and you can connect with your storage account. Or if I am a developer, I can use the .NET, Java, Python program to connect with my application to the backend database. Or I can also connect a storage account through my PowerShell or a CLI. So it say that I have a multiple way. You can use a command line interface, that is a CLI or PowerShell. You can use Explorer, or you can also, if you are a developer, you can also use your Java, Python, .NET SDK. So what is the guarantee? What is the guarantee? That the person who is connecting my storage is actually an authenticated person. How you are going to ensure that only authorized person can connect with my storage, no other person? So Microsoft again say, to connect your storage service with your own devices, you can, I will give you something which is called as a key. This key is work on same public key, private key fundamental. So anyone who have that key, they can only connect. Other person, if they do not have a key, they cannot connect to my storage services programmatically via CLI, PowerShell, Explorer, or SDK. So from security point of view, two things. Data always encrypted. Second, to connect with my backend storage, you always have a key. Only with the key, you can connect with the CLI, you can connect via Explorer, you can connect via your .NET, whatever the team you have. So I mean to say, if you look at only the storage service I'm talking about, we are must able to map that service with these parameters. What about cost? What about performance? What about high availability? How easy it is to create and manage? And what about the security? So it means that when we are creating a storage account, when we are planning to provision a storage account, these things are very, very important from top of our, you can say, as an administrator. So when the ticket come, you get all these options: create LRS, ZRS, use our own key. Now in the storage account name, everything in a small letter, no capital, please. Type Sneha. Then maybe you can use SL like a Simplilearn, a Sneha SL, and then say LRS 01. So we are going to create two accounts. One is LRS, second is GRS. So give a name appropriately, like Sneha is creating a Sneha LRS 01. Leave the region East US. Okay. And in the preferred storage type, drop down and select first one, Azure Blob storage and Azure. We are going to talk about it shortly, but just select this point of time. No need to select anything in a primary workload. Scroll down. Are you able to see two type of performance? Everyone able to see two type of performance? A standard and a premium, correct? You can give. Raju, you can give. But try not to give any dash or something. Just put a simple name. Technically, yes, you can. And in the redundancy, drop down and select the first one, LRS. Just confirm if you all are able to search LRS. Correct? Is that clear? How we select a standard or premium, and then from redundancy drop down, we select accordingly what my LRS and GRS is. Okay. All right. Now go ahead and say next. So there is a second checkbox. We say allow anonymous access. It is only for lab practice. So it means that even if I want to access some data, it should not ask me any kind of a key or username or password. So just enable it. All that's done. Please hit review and create. LRS. Yes, Raghu, LRS. Click create now. It takes just a minute and your storage account in the cloud is done. Top one, Dharmlal, top one, first one. No, Grogri. Data lake, to enable data lake, we have to enable one more option. So by default, everything is Gen 2. Yeah. Okay. How many of you are able to see your deployment complete? No other option. Mir. So only anonymous access. Revati, Arati, done. Okay. Dharmlal, again, we are going to create one more account. Okay. Once everyone done it, please search in the portal again a storage account. One more. Now, Dharmlal, you follow. Okay. Click a store. Everyone, please again click create a storage account. Yeah. Click create button one more time. A storage account name, type a Sneha SL and then GRS. Just confirm if the name is accepted. Yes. GRS. Okay. And then in the preferred storage type drop down and select the first one. Scroll down and here select, please confirm it should be geo redundant now. Second is a geo redundant. First one is a LRS. Okay. Everyone, you have a geo redundant. No. Click review and create. Please straight away click create, review and create. Click create. Not required, Hajira. If you want, you can do that. Yeah. There are multiple type of services you can create inside Himanshu. We will talk about that, like blob storage, file storage, data lake storage inside the storage account. Okay. So it said that what is your preferred. So I just select I want to go with a blob and data lake. Otherwise, you can only create the files here also. Please, Rohit, if you want, you can do that. Done, Neha. Okay, very good. Bimal, very good. Dharamlal, done. Okay. So Dharamlal, I think that you have to create two, right? One is LRS, one is GRS. Okay. Once all of you done, you should duplicate, or maybe you can open your Azure in the next tab. So Neha, open a next browser tab. Again, click portal.azure.com. Again, click portal.azure.com. Enter, and it should open second Azure portal just to see comparison. Okay. Come to you, Dharamlal, just 1 minute. Everyone, please open. So now you have a two Azure portal. In one Azure portal, open a storage account which you created, LRS. How can you check it is a LRS or a GRS? On the overview page on the right hand side, you can see that it will show LRS or GR. Just confirm if it's true for you. Can you highlight it, Sneha? Everyone, just you can confirm. Are you able to see LRS, right? Go that, Dharmlal. Yeah, okay. Now go back to the first tab of your browser. Go to resource or click go to resource. Below is a go to resource, blue color. And just confirm it is GRS. Everyone, can you confirm it is a GRS? Good. Now let's the comparison, please. Okay. Note down the comparison. It's going to be a very interesting one. Yeah. Come back to LRS, everyone. Come back to LRS. And look at the location. Can you highlight the location, Sneha? How many locations you are able to see? Just one, right? East US. Now go back to GRS and just below the location, are you able to see some primary and secondary also? Correct? Now, very good. Yes. Go back to LRS, please. Go back to LRS. Now, on the left hand side, Sneha, you have a lot of menu. Okay. Scroll down a little bit. Scroll down. Come to the setting. Scroll down. In the setting of the LRS, you see endpoint. Endpoint. Click endpoint, everyone. In the blob, which is one of the storage, how many endpoint you are able to see? Just below. You see blob service? No. And do you have a URL, right? On the, can you highlight the box, URL box? HTTP, just before, in front, just highlight it. Yeah. How many of you are able to see there is only one URL, right? Yeah. Yeah. Only one. Now go back to the GRS and do the same. Setting. And then endpoint. Are you able to see primary and secondary endpoint now? Good. Now come back to the LRS. And left hand side, you have something which is called data management. Hit that. In the data management, you see redundancy. Click the redundancy. How many location you are able to see in the world map? Correct? Just one. And are you able to see that prepare for a failover? There is an option on the top, very top, where you have a save, discard, refresh. there is a one option called prepare for failover. Is it highlighted or is it disabled for you? It's a disable. You cannot do a failover. Yeah. Now come back to LRS, GRS, and do the data management, redundancy. One of the storage service which is available, we call this service a blob storage. So what does it means now? For example, when I create any file in my, you can say in my laptop, this is my laptop. Let's say this is one of the file. When I click the property of the file in my local system, you should able to see it show location, size, when it is created, and many other attributes. But if I have to share this file with you, there is no direct way, right? Same file. When I upload it in blob storage, same file which is in your laptop, if the same file I store it in a blob storage, you will see it has a same attribute like the type of the file, size of the file, plus one unique attribute, and that is URL. So any file when it is uploaded in a blob storage, it is also now give me an URL, just like we upload it in OneDrive, in Google Drive, and I have an URL, and that URL I can share with anyone in the world, and when they click that URL, the file will get downloaded in their local system. So the first thing first, when any file uploaded in the blob storage or blob container, it get another attribute called URL, and this a specific file in a Microsoft technical language, we call it a blob. File called referred as a blob. When I upload the same file inside my blob container, and it has now unique attribute. One of the unique attribute is the URL. Another very interesting part, let's say I give you one simple language. I have a file, single file, which is 1 GB file. Let's say it's a movie file. Can you store this file in your local laptop? One single file of 100 GB. One single file. Let's say you have a movie, you have a very large image. Can you store in your local hard disk? Answer is flat no, big no. You can't store. You can't store a single file. Yes. Most of the hard disk will allow you to store a file maximum up to 64 GB. And even the older hard disks, like magnetic hard disks, the limit is even lower. You cannot go beyond 32 GB. But when I use a blob storage, one single file, which can be as big as, let's say, 500 GB, it can store without any problem. So it's a very large file, we can store in a blob, and that is the reason why, let's say you work in a NASA or ISRO, they take a picture from satellite, and you know that what is the size of that file? Any one of you, if you work in ISRO, or maybe you have a chance to work closely with the NASA, one single file will go up to 700 GB, 800 GB, high resolution file. Okay, that file you cannot store in your laptop because your laptop doesn't support such a big file. So you need a storage which can store one single file with such a large, you can say, size. This is how it store your blob able to store the data, large data, because internally it store everything in a binary format, like 1010 format, and it's track and sectors. If you understand hard disk is able to accommodate such a large number of binary inside that storage system. So that is the reason why it's called blob. Blob means binary large object. Binary. Yes, you can store Hajira. And SharePoint in the background use blob only. Yeah, it's clear what is blob? When we use blob, when you want to store unlimited data and very large size of file. Very large size of file. Now another very interesting one, that when we work in a companies, you probably notice that you have something like a jet drive as a network drive. Any one of you, if you are using official laptop, have you seen something like a jet drive, wide drive in your laptop? Raju? Yeah, it's called map network drive, Bimal, right? Amit, Raghavendra, yeah. Sipriya, yeah, exactly. Good. So what does it means now? It means that in offices, in companies, Usually there is something which is called as an file server. In this file server, we create a folder for every of the user. Let's say this is a folder, for example, for uh, one of the user. This is a folder for second user. This is a folder for third user. And each folder we apply a limit as per generally the user, what type of job they do. So I can say that sometimes you see the limit like a 500 GB, 200 GB. Some higher profile user may have a 1 GB. I mean to say, sorry, 5 GB or 500 MB, 1 GB. Some very, very high senior user, you have something like a 2 GB for an example. So what we as a user do, we have our laptop, and in this laptop, let's say I log in with my user account. So this folder is map with my, oh sorry, map with my laptop as a drive later. So for example, I can say it's available to me as a Z drive, but this is my Z drive. Another user, when they log in on their laptop, they again see the Z drive, but probably this will map this particular folder. What does it means now? Whatever we save in this Z drive, not in a C drive, it is going to save in a server, and that server is called file server. How much data I can save? Up to 500 MB. So usually in a companies, we used to save our critical data not in a laptop, because laptop can crash, can be stolen. So to protect my data, I usually used to save in my file server as a data drive. Now remember, here you have a limitation, right? Just like a general C drive, a limitation. Yeah. Then they cannot. It will, for example, if your hard disk is only 100 GB, you can't go beyond, you have to delete the file, or you can make a request to the administrator to increase the size. Got that, Raju? So another service which they provide inside my, you can call it Bouncy. Yes, you can call it. No, Google Drive is Blob stack. So in a Google Drive, you can store a large amount of data, one single file. Okay. So now we have something which is called as a file share. Second service is called Azure file share. All this within the same storage account. SAN storage. You can also consider NAS, but to be very precise, Amit, Blob is a replacement of SAN. Yeah. NAS can also be fall into the same category. So this is a file server where you can create a folder for each user and assign a limit. Used to store limited amount of data as per quota like 1 GB per user. So in a blob, you can store unlimited data, Kamal. There is no restriction. When you create a file share, you have to define a restriction like each user can store up to maximum 1 GB user wise. Yeah, limits to the file. Third one, and that is very interesting one. Usually in a application world scenario, we have something which is called as a front end, and then we have a back end. Do not worry if you are not a developer. Front end means through which we as a user can do something. For an example, I'm not sure how many of you experience till 6 years back. I'm talking about like a 1998. Any user, when they use IRCTC website, IRCTC, which is a train booking website, they experience that many type when you log in on a IRCTC, you are not able to search train, book train. Sometimes it happens even if we book the train, we book the seat, we make the payment, and for XYZ reason, my internet fluctuate, or sometimes we get a very scary message that your transactions is fail and payment has been deducted. How many of you face this scenario? Your payment deducted and backend say, I haven't received your payment. Many times. Very common. Yeah, very common, right? So what was the problem? Problem is, this is just a front end. Front end means it simply take your request and send back to the processing. So CPU utilization and memory utilization of a front end server is always okay. But processing need to done by the backend service. Now backend service to process request, it use CPU, memory, disk and network. And the moment it start receiving 100 or 1000 of requests at the same time, its CPU utilization, memory utilization suddenly go more than 100% and it crashes. Even if you add more CPU, more memory, doesn't make sense, because every time the moment the limit cross, it crashes. Now it is not happening now. Why? Because now in between the front end and the back end, we introduce a very unique storage. What this storage does? So let's say I as a customer, I make some transaction. So this is my transaction 1. Instead of going to the backend directly, it will come and sit in this storage. Now this storage doesn't have a CPU, no memory. It is simple storage. So second customer, they create second transaction. Third customer, they create all transaction, come and sit here. and your backend, as and when it free, it will pull the transactions one by one, execute it, again pull, execute it. So this temporary storage, we call it as a queue storage, cache storage, correct? So the third storage which provide by Microsoft Azure storage service is queue storage. And you take any example, Amazon.com, make my trip, you just take any example. Front end, back end, you have a storage in between. And the last storage, for an example, many people say that I have data in my Excel. So I want to, store the data probably in some kind of a table. So they say that the way I store the data in a table, I can also want to store the data in Microsoft Azure as a table, but I do not want to use SQL, and I want to run the query against my data. So same tabular data from my Excel, I want to store it into Microsoft Azure. So if you have your Excel and professional version, you can also store your data into something which is called as an Azure table storage. From your Excel to Azure table storage, and from Azure table storage to inside the Excel. This option is available in all MS Office, Professional and Enterprise. So the another storage which they provide is table storage. What it does? It store, you can say, Excel CSV data in tabular format and can be queried with SQL language. So how many storage it provide by default out of the box? Blob, file share, a storage queue, and Azure table. Blob, file share, a storage queue, and a table. There is one more that we are going to discuss tomorrow, but the four is main. Another very interesting part, when you create any of these, let's say you are going to create a blob storage, and you store your data. So whenever you store your data, you get a URL. So it say that one in the top, you can protect your complete storage account. A storage account. In the storage account, you may have a 10 blob storage, 5 file share, 10 queue, 100 maybe a table storage. So say that one which I already give you protection at the higher level, at the storage level. Second, you can also protect your individual storage service like a blob container, for an example, that how it can be accessed from your, you can say, Explorer or SDK. One is, of course, you have a storage queue, which is a top level. You only have that blob storage queue. So that key you should have. But even if the key say you have a full right, maybe I can restrict that this container you cannot access. So there is a 3 way to implement security on your individual blob storage. One which is say private. One is say private. If you set your storage as a private, only you can access, no one else. Only you can access, no one can. Where you want to store, where you want to set this access security on your individual blob service. A BAMC, you define how long. You can define minute basis, you can define hour basis, you can define for a days also. Okay, so it's a configurable how much you want. Yeah. So one is access security is a private. Private means only you can access. Second, I can give it on a blob. If you set your blob storage or blob container access security as a blob, only file can be accessed from outside. People, if they have a URL, they can hit your URL of your file and the file can be accessible. But you cannot access a storage. So individual file you can define, it can be accessible from outside or not. Third is the most dangerous one. It's say on whole container. If it is on a whole container, that anything inside this container is accessible. So 3 level. Which one? Private, only you can access. Blob, individual file can be accessed from outside. Container, everything within the container, whatever you have stored, that can be accessible from outside. Is that clear? 3 security. Private, blob, container. Okay, excellent. Now on the left hand side, you should be able to see data storage. Under the data storage, you should able to see four services: container, file share, queue, and table. Just confirm. Are you able to see container, file share, queue, and table under data storage? Yeah, exactly. Click the container, please. First one, that is a blob container. When you click the container, you will get option called add container. Okay, hit add container now. Give it a name like a sales, all small. Sales department, right?
Oh, sales. Okay.
Sales department, marketing. Okay, and let's drop down below. How many type of access level you see? Everyone able to see 3 access: private, blob, container. Correct? Just confirm. Private, blob, container. Sujit, you are on the same page? Just confirm if by mistake if you do not able to do. Yeah. Okay, so select container, please. Everyone select the third one. Everyone select the third one. Okay, container. Click create now. Same way you can create for other department, maybe for marketing. So let's say for each department you are creating different.
So you want this private blob container?
Private, make it private. Marketing, no one can access. Very sensitive. Yeah. Create. Maybe
Anything
same
else?
for HR. HRD. A small. HRD.
Oh, at least. Okay, sorry.
And make it anything. Okay, just click create. So it means that, please remember, for every department, every project, you may need to create different container for them, for a different access level. Clear? Now click the cells.
Sales. Come on.
Cells. Everyone click the cell.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Raju, just wait. Hold on. So once you are into the cells, are you able to see there is a upload button there? Yes or no? Everyone able to see upload button?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, exactly. So everyone, please go to google.com. Go to Google. Gregory. Oh, I think you are in maps.
Yeah, why did it go to maps? Sorry.
Yeah. Just type nature big image or nature image.
Image?
Images. Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone, just click any of the image which is bigger.
Okay.
And right click, save as JPG. Ensure it should be JPG. Right click, you should get a save as image and ensure that it should be no, it's a different format. Can you save it in a JPG? Or maybe even click another picture.
Yeah, I'm not okay. Perfect. I'll do that.
Just click any other picture.
There we go. JPEG.
Yeah. So just give it a name called demo of the picture. remember you are creating inside desktop some Columbia. Okay, so just say yes, yes. Demo. Just say only demo, only demo, only demo.
Okay.
Everyone give a name, only demo. Okay.
Okay. Let me find out. Let me just put it on my desktop.
Maybe, yeah. Otherwise, it will be sorry. Click save. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
Yes. Now go back to your click upload button on the top.
In sales, upload.
Browse the file. Browse that.
What we call it? Demo?
Demo. Yeah. And click upload, please. Everyone upload it. Just confirm if you all are able to upload it now. Neha, just upload any file. Any file. In your laptop, you have 100 of files. Okay. Upload any file. And just confirm. Are you able to? Now click the file. Yeah. Click the file which is showing demo.jpg. And just confirm, are you able to see the URL?
Yeah.
Just confirm the first field. Everyone able to see a URL, right? Yeah. Yes. Copy the URL. You have a copy button.
Yep. Right here.
And paste into the browser. Correct? And your whole, you can say, file is now available to all of you. Same way, you can upload any any PDF file, Word file, Excel file, movie file, and this is how you can share with anyone else. Is that clear, Gregory?
Yep.
Yeah. So this is the main crux. Now, stop your sharing, Gregory. Let me go back. And type the name here, for example, let's say Sneha. Just give a file share name, Sneha, and click review and create. Just give a name and review and create. Give your name and simply say review and create. Click create now. Everyone create a file share just to see what is that. Remember, file share is not a blob, okay? And are you able to see edit quota option on the last, on the top? Everyone able to see the quota option? Just confirm quickly. Right? Because it's a file share, so you can give a quota. Click edit quota. And let's say you want to set it for 1 GB. 1 GB is equal to how much MB? 1024, right? Yes. Just leave it 1024. 1024. Okay. I'm just waiting. Just change edit quota once it is deployed. And you can set the quota here, 1024, right? Yeah. Click OK. So the first difference, what is the first difference? Blob unlimited. It said no quota. if you have a storage, you can upload unlimited. But when you create a file share, when you want to define how much size, correct? Now you have an upload option. Click upload and upload the same image file which you uploaded in a blob. Just confirm if you are able to upload it. Yes, but if you click that, can you able to see the file? Like blob, you are not able to see the file. Yes or no? No one able to see the file? Yes. So as a user, what I have to do now? So either you map this storage in your laptop with the Y drive, Z drive, and to map you get a connect option. Are you able to see connect option now? Everyone able to see connect option? Click connect. And look at that. This is how you can map with the Z drive, and below is a script which you have to run. Click show script. Scroll down. So this is a big PowerShell script which we need to run. But remember, in 99% scenario, your by default Wi-Fi provider, like in India, if you are using Airtel or any other provider, they block the port number 445. So usually you cannot, connect it without requesting your service provider to open it. In a company, usually we have a VPN connectivity, so there is no problem. Okay. So how I can test it? I have another way. So do not run it because it will not go through in your laptop. So go back to your storage account one more time. Sneha. Click, you have a on the top home, and after home you see a Sneha LRS. Click that. Yes. And scroll up from the left hand side. And you should able to see a storage browser on the left. Everyone able to see a storage browser? It is just a simulation. Okay. And then you see file share. Click the file share. You see your file share, expand your file share. And now you should able to see your file. Yes or no, everyone? Correct? So either you have to map this file share with your account in your laptop. Generally it happens when you have a VPN connectivity. Or even if you want to see how many files uploaded by the user, you can use a storage browser. Now let's create the third one. Go to the left hand side and click Q. Everyone click Q. URL will not work because it is not for a public, it's a private. Kamal, it is for company. As a user, I am uploading my data which is going in a file server. So it is not public URL base. It's only blob. Yeah. Everyone come to queue. Just confirm if you are in a queue, please. You can only see the file. Yes, Kamal, very good. Yeah, you can test that, right? Whether the user is uploaded the file or not. Yeah. And now you have a plus Q button. Click the plus Q button, everyone. Click the plus Q button. Click Sneha. You have a plus Q. Look at that. Sneha, you there? I think we lost Sneha. Sneha, you there? Her mouse seems to be not moving. Okay. Okay. I think we lost Sneha. So, Siv Priya, can you share your screen? Priya? Yeah. Yeah, I'm able to see your screen, Priya. Go back. Click plus Q and type Amazon or Flipkart, whatever you like. Yeah. Amazon. Yeah. Very good. Click OK. I hope everyone get your queue now, right? Remember, it is a developer stuff. We are just testing that. And once you are able to create the queue on, click the queue name, which is Amazon. And you should able to see something called add message. It's a nothing, it's a transaction, right? Just confirm if you all are able to create a queue and you able to see add message button. Kamal, Sweta, Sujit, Bamsi, Vinod. Yeah. So, Mir, okay, very good. Now, you message means it's a recording a transaction. So, record a let's say one customer is creating a cart. So, type a cart. Let's say 1 kg potato. See, potato. Enter 1 kg tomato. Press enter. 1 kg tomato. And enter 1 liter oil. Very good. So one of the user is make this purchase, and this from their front end it will come to the queue. In a queue, how long it is going to store? Are you able to see that? You can define in a days. Can you drop down the days? Hours, minute and second. How long it is store in a queue till the time your backend pull the data. Is that clear? Yes, you can control how long it will store in this temporary storage. Okay. So even if your backend crashes, and let's say you set it here for 7 days, it will store there for 7 days. Okay. Okay. Now click OK. This is how it is stored now. Click add more message. Delete it. Just say 1 jeans, 1 t-shirt, and you are very rich, Priya. 7 iPhone. Wow. Very good. So make some other customer, other transactions, right? Click OK. And this is how it is stored in a queue. Correct? And when the backend pull the data, what will happen? It will dequeue. So on the top, you have a dequeue message, right? When you click dequeue, Message means it will be removed from the queue or might be sent to the backend. Click the queue. Yes. So one message gone, right? Which one? The first one. And same way the backend will keep connecting everything. I hope that it makes sense now. Yes or no? FIFO, Arati. Oh my God. You invoke T04, huh? Good. Automatically, Ajira. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. The last storage. Go back to the table storage now. Priya. Click table. Everyone click new table. Let's say EMP data. Employee data. Yeah. Without any space. Just create a table called EMP data and just confirm. Are you able to see the table now? Quickly. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Now go to the storage explorer once again from the left hand side. Everyone go to the storage browser one more time. Click the table. You have a table. Click that table. And on the top, you will get something called entity, right? Click add entity. And let's say just type here, for example, location. That's it, only location. And here you just say EMP ID, employee ID. Click add property. Let's say EMP name, employee name, EMP name. And on this side, Sneha. Priya. Okay, very good. And then say add property. Type EMP age. Just make it any age. So this is one simple record. You can add as many as you can. Okay. So delete the last one and just OK it. Click OK. You have a hide. Just hide the zoom. Partition a row key is you can think it like others. Like one, I make the key unique. Like location. Every employee must have a unique location. And row key means each row you have a one column which is unique. Name can be duplicate, age can be duplicate, correct? But employee ID is always unique. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah. Now open X. You have Excel, Priya. It is only for if you have a Excel with professional or enterprise license. Then only you can see that. Otherwise, that's fine. Click Excel. Open it. Click the data. Get data. First option. And from Azure, from table storage, now you need a account name or URL. So go back to Microsoft Azure and on the top you should have overview of your overview, a storage account overview. Left side, left side, left side. Scroll up. No, left side, left side. You are on right side. Left more. Scroll up to go to overview. Click overview. So scroll down. You do not have no on the, can you just scroll down? You have this URL, right? Endpoint. Go to setting, click endpoint, and come to the table service. Copy this URL, go and paste there. Go next. Now you need a key, so go back to a storage account. Left side, you should see security. Left side, huh? More up, more up. And then you get a key. Remember key we talk about, right? Click key, and you have a key, right? Click show, copy it, go back and paste it. I hope you copy correctly, right? Go back to your, I think your name is Priya LRS01. Okay, just fine. Copy the key, go back to your Excel. Go back to your Excel. Just, yeah, click key, go back, just say back. And just here type, only leave the Priya LRS01. Delete it, huh? Go next. Type the key. Connect. This is the EMP data, right? And click load. Yes, Priya, you are able to see all the data now. Sweta, we add just 3 column. First one where you see the partition key, I give a location. In the next, I click add property, I type a name and then name Priya, and then in the second again I add a property and give a name called age, and then I put some age. And this is how you are able to see. How many of you are able to actually load the data, or if you are not able to, at least you are able to see from Priya screen how the table storage created in Azure is connected with my local Excel. Yes? Mac it doesn't support. Yeah, sis. If you have a 11 professional version, then only it support, otherwise it will not. Yes, Gopal, please.
Yes.
What is your takeaway, Gopal?
Uh, Takeaway for today. It's about the first of all we learned about the categories for the Azure storage,
Hmm.
and about the zones, the LRS, ZRS, and GRS, and then we got into the lab, like how we can create the storage and have it deployed into Excel.
Very good. So, if I ask, let's say, for example, Gopal, that you are an Azure administrator, okay, and if you have to create an storage account for one of my project. Do you think now you can able to do that with all these
Storage account,
options?
yes, like
For example, if I ask you to create a blob storage, right? So what is your first step? You first create a storage account, right?
Correct.
And then once a storage account created, then you will go inside and create a blob storage. Is that
Blob.
correct? Is the process clear?
Correct. Correct.
Correct, yeah. And then if I as a user, I complain, hey, I am not able to access it. So then you can manually test in your portal. You can upload some file and just test that, and you
And
can
then we can
revert back
check
to
for
the
the permission, like what do you have that.
yeah, exactly. That is a very, very important part.
And
Correct,
this
Ashish?
one I am able to load, sir. The one which you showed, like that account name I was giving wrong, so I corrected it.
Now you
I,
want to do that.
I
Okay,
can
that's a,
export now.
you can any data, huh?
Correct.
But
Any
yes,
data.
yeah, but important is that you should have a key, right? Correct.
Yes,
So
I access keys. It is working from my.
it's working for you. Huh? Okay, very good. Yeah, thanks, Gopal. So I think that you are able to get the basic understanding of the storage, right, today.
Correct. Correct. Yeah. So
Yeah.
the practice only is like the more you practice, the more you will learn. Like
That is a no shortcut, Gopal.
no
You have
shortcut.
to.
Correct. Tomorrow, if today if we will not do again, tomorrow we will say, hey, where is that option? What we will do? Like, there are so many things we have done today.
So, the best I can suggest you, because I know that, the job which you do and the new skill which you are getting is not aligned, right? So, if it is not aligned, you have to do this practice very often, correct? So,
Correct.
maybe next week, you should not do today practice. You should start from the first practice, right? Create a VM.
Create
So,
VMs and all, right? Yes.
yes, exactly. So this is how you have to make things remember and
But today,
remember.
sir, many things happened like that location part, employee data, then like one by one, it was so fast.
Exactly. Yeah, so that's why you
So
have
going
been
forward, sir, like in the projects and all will be like interconnected, right? Like,
interconnected.
inter.
Exactly. Parul.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but yes, once you continue the practice, it will make the things very clear. Hmm?
Oh,
Okay. So, thanks, Gopal.
thanks.
Yeah. So your next action, others, you understand now platform which is Azure. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You also understand how we can provision, create, and do some services. Third, you already know, because you have done 204, how you
Mm-hmm.
can connect the cloud services with the on premises, correct?
Yeah.
So next once you understand application plus services, next you should go for automation in the
Okay.
sense how this whole process can be automated, in the sense of once I develop my application, how the build, test, and deploy happen with the tool.
Okay.
Perfect. And
Yeah.
the last one is that how you can enable or make your application intelligent. It's a AI enabled application.
Okay. Yeah.
So AI 102, which I suggest for you going forward.
Yeah. I'm actually currently preparing for it only. I'm learning from the
Ah,
docs and preparing for it actually.
yeah. Good,
Yeah.
good.
And one more
This
thing
is
actually I want to ask, like, should I stay in developer domain itself, or should I means just learn admin part as add-on? Means what
no.
is
You
your
should be in the developer domain, because that
okay.
is
Hmm.
actually the uses.
Yes,
Administrator
yes.
role, na, after some time it is become saturated. Others,
Yeah, yeah. That's why
correct?
actually I'm more focused on that.
You can't continue your administration job for a long time, because then your salary also increase and you are doing same task,
Hmm.
correct, huh? So
Yeah.
you should not leave your developer domain at any cost. Be there.
Okay.
This
Yeah.
is going to fit in. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Raju, check your mic. I'm not able to hear you. In the meantime, let me go to Bublan.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Bublan.
Sir, so I'm working as IT administrator for the past 8 years. So in small scale hotel industries, and now I'm working as an remote support agent. So I just joined this course because the future is going to be in the cloud, and I
Cloud
believe
only, yes.
all the organizations will have to move to Azure.
So on premises, actually, what all you look after, Bubna?
Uh, from network to servers, routers.
So you are all in all, huh?
Yes.
Good, good. So for you, Bublan, Azure is any. I'm not sure which hotel you are, okay? But if your hotel, by any chance, use Azure, by any chance,
Okay.
you start, referring yourself that you are a part of the team, even if you are not. Okay,
Okay.
then go for the training which you are going on. Next, you should go for at least any of these two, which I am telling you. 305 you should have,
Okay.
and then after 305, try to pick something like a one specialist domain. For example, if your interest is more in a networking world, okay,
Okay.
go with AZ-700. Perfect.
Okay.
So you already have 8 years experience. So
Yes, sir.
definitely you are not targeting only the administrator job. You are targeting more than that if you want to scale your salary, right? So the next job which you can think like, maybe the IT manager, or you can say IT consultant, something which is at a top level, and you will project yourself as an specialist. So you say that I know on premises, I
Yes.
know on cloud, but I can handle end to end as a network specialist. If you are have interest in security, go for AJ500 security specialist. So that if you say that no, I want 70% jump, let's say in the next 3 years in my salary. So this is how you can plan.
Okay, sir.
Okay, now because
Sir,
same job people will not pay you the higher amount, correct?
okay,
Because
yes.
they know that you are a master, you can do it this anytime, right?
Mm.
So this is
So,
yes,
so
Bhavna.
I'm getting 8 lakhs per annum now.
Hmm,
So remotely we are supporting 160 star hotels, 5-star hotels like Intercontinental Marriott in UK.
hmm, hmm,
So I was on premise for 7 years, and then past 1 year I'm working on remote support.
hmm.
So, and when I look for opportunities, I'm seeing that they require PowerShell scripting and command line interface. These things. How important are they in Azure
They
administrator?
it is important, Bhubilan. It is very important. So knowing the you can say that fundamental or the background operating system. So for example, I say that I am a Windows administrator. So
Okay.
I must know how to create an Active Directory, DNS, DHCP, file server. Okay, through the you can say console, or through the script,
Okay.
because nowadays it's a DevOps world. Okay, DevOps world is more focusing towards script rather than doing thing the way we are doing right now. Correct, huh? So you have to now acquire that knowledge. Yes, this is must to have, means you should have now. That is what I can say. Okay, so go
Okay.
through that. It's not a very difficult task. You can very easily get that after understanding the infra, core infra. Na, it's easy for you to get. So two decision at the beginning. What first, do we need a standard or we need premium? It depend upon what budget we have. Yeah. Good morning, Asif. And the second choice, which type of availability we want. So it all totally depend up on our business case, application requirement, and then we go for either it is a LRS or ZRS or GRS, or maybe in a combination of that. Third very important choice which we have to make, that which type of a storage service we need. Blob, if we want to store a data for my application, which can be any size, any type. Example Netflix, example Zoom. We cannot predict how big the data will be. So we go with Blob. If a storage service need to be created for my company user who just want to save their regular files like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, we can go with Azure File Share. And if probably we are developing an application which need to store transaction data for temporary period of time, we can go with the queue storage. Or where we have a requirement to store our tabular data, like data which we already have in Excel or a CSV, we can use Azure table. So this is how we understand a storage at a higher level yesterday. Today we are going to understand as an administrator what is our general task which we do with a storage service. Because remember, as an administrator, how your day look like means what type of job you do in general. I give you one context. For example, during interview, an interviewer asks, okay, you say you have an Azure administrator experience. So what you do as an Azure administrator in your current company? And look at that, out of the excitement, because now we know services. So out of the excitement, we start probably like, okay, sir, we create server, we create a storage, we create database. Okay. How you create your server? And then you start, sir, log into the portal, click there, put that, and server created. Technically, perfect answer. I create a storage. How you create a storage? I go to the portal, I click that, I do that, and it's perfect answer. But you are not selected. And you wonder why. I answer all my question 100% technically correct. Because your interviewer understand that you probably do not have a real experience. You are coming from some kind of a training, or maybe you know that Azure by any chance, and you are just claiming that you are an administrator. So one thumb rule, all of you remember, that it is a 90-10 rule. Only 10% you are going to get a chance, only 10% to create some resource, only 10%. So in your, let's say if you have a 3 years of experience as an Azure administrator, how many times you are going to create a server, a storage, database, and a network? Maximum 10%. So what you do 90%? Every day you are not going to create a VM. Every day you are not going to create a storage. It is just like a 1 or 2 time job. So what we do as an administrator? What is my rest of the job, rest of the task? Rest of the task is related to managing that service. Is that clear to all of you? What is the rest 90% task? Managing dot service. So it means that when you are answering the question related to a specific job role, be very specific. What is your role at that point of time? So same way, yesterday we understand what is a storage, how it work, how we can use Microsoft Azure portal to create the storage. All right, storage is available now. Now, what is your day-to-day task? So just like a VM, day one, we understand what is VM. And a day two, we understand what is the job we have to do with the VM. Once the VM is created, what is our day-to-day task? Like fixing an issues, probably add or remove a storage or a disk, change the size of a storage, and so on. Same way, performance only, right? Same way, when you are saying, I know a storage and I manage a storage in my company, what is your day-to-day task? So today, as usual, just like a VM, day two, we are more focusing on a job of an administrator. And please remember it as a flow. If you are really serious to crack the interview in a first go, everyone ready with your Azure portal, please. And now we are start getting a ticket. Ticket number 1. I have a file and that file get deleted. Please recover my file. What I say? Please recover my file. Second is a more interesting one. Saurav, just 1 minute. I have a blob container and that container get deleted during some operation by developer. So developer runs some code and the container itself gone. Please recover my container. So if you look this two simple ask, two things which this ticket come. One, you say that by mistake I deleted my file. Please help me to recover my file. Someone is more unique. They say that we are developing an application and I write a .NET or Java code, and through the code by mistake I delete the whole container itself. Third ticket is a rather unique one. I get huge, you can say, bill from Microsoft for the uses of Blob service. Please help to reduce the cost of storing my data. So someone create a Blob storage and they say that I get a huge bill. Please help me to reduce the cost of storing my data, because I need to store the data. But Microsoft send me a huge bill, 10 lakhs. Help me to recover or help me to fix the issues which probably forcing my data to go out. Another one, a requirement come from my compliance team. There is a planned audit by a Deloitte team. You know, Deloitte EY, they are an audit team, right? I want no one should able to modify any file and delete any file from container during period of audit. So there is a different type of, the team which come, different type of requests which come to you. None of the request related to creating a service. That is a one-time job. It's there. And what is my day-to-day job now? I get request from a different department, and now we have to fix their issues, fix their pain area as an administrator. So we are going to see this four first and then other in a second half. Please use, all of you, log in with your portal, confirm. In the meantime, let me call Saurav. Saurav. All of you ready with your Azure portal, please?
Hi, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Saurav.
So, sir, I means in this course, means you will cover the identity and access management. Not first thing is that like intranet ID and the permissions things. Second thing, sir, about the examination means certifications. So, how will prepare about it?
Certification we talk about, Saurav, during the class of the 9th and 10th. Okay.
Okay.
So, because you are still in the very early stage, correct? No? So
Mhm.
then I will guide you that if you have to go for a certifications, how you should prepare yourself, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. So, and
Okay.
how you are going to appear for an exam. Yes. Second,
Mhm.
identity and access management. Yes, at the basic level, we are going to cover during security part.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Okay, no?
Yeah, fine. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Ready with your Azure, huh, Saurabh?
Mhm.
Ready, Smriti, Saurabh, Binod, Asif, Dharmesh, Bamsi? Very good. All of you are smart now. Huh? Good. Very good. Manohar, thank you, buddy. Rajiv, perfect. Rajiv, how about your laptop? Good, very good, nice. Hey Hajira, what happened?
Sir, I have some problems. I couldn't launch my lab.
What they are saying? You get any error? SCR screen?
Can you see my screen?
It's not coming right now. Try again. Click share button and you should able to see. Click launch lab. Click. Click the button launch lab. Oh, 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 oh. Okay. It say that refuse to connect. Just confirm, Hajira, you use any VPN by any chance?
No.
No. Okay. And you are using Mac look like, right? In a
Yes.
Mac, okay, can you just refresh the button again? Just for a minute. So it's not a problem. It's look like that somewhere, no? Hit launch lab again. No. You have any Windows laptop?
Yeah, I have.
So try on
Yeah.
Windows laptop. Okay. So
Okay.
it is not a problem of your lab. It's a problem that sometimes in a Mac, either the Firefox or Google Chrome, they are not able to use the JavaScript. Okay, they're not able to load because of the security.
Oh,
So better use you Windows laptop. Okay.
okay, sir.
Okay. Hold on. Someone of you try say incognito. Hajira, share screen. So can you launch the same lab in a incognito window? Yes. Salman, what I do, what you do, you just raise one request, okay, in a Simplilearn portal, and just watch the demo today. And when your account will reset, you probably then do the same job. Okay. It happened because there is a default setting we do, Subham. By default, one storage account created, and whatever the action you do, every action get logged here. Okay, this is setting from our side. All right. So Navidita sold product to Neha. Yeah, Neha at the margin of $2,000 extra. Okay. And by mistake, Navidita delete this file. Navidita, select the file. And on the top, you have a delete button. Please hit delete. Everyone, delete this file. Just confirm if your file is deleted. Now, how we can recover the file? Because now user is coming to you crying, hey administrator, help me. By mistake, I deleted the file. Yeah. No, Dharamlal, it's a delete. Yeah, okay. So, as an administrator, what will you do now? Please go back to your Azure account. On the top, you have a Navidita name. Just click the Navidita name. Everyone, please come back to a storage account. Click go to resource. And then on the left hand side, scroll down and you see data management. Click that. Under the data management, you should be able to see data protection. Just confirm if you are able to see data protection, all of you. Click the data protection. And just confirm, are you able to see the checkbox called enable soft delete for blob? So if someone delete the blob means file, how long that blob or deleted file can be recovered? 7 days, right? Yes. You can manipulate, you can change. Probably for some companies, they say that 1 year, so you have to put like a 360 days, right? Yeah, it can increase, it can decrease. You can say that no soft delete, right? So as an administrator, you first need to understand when this user deleted the file. If it is within the 7 days, if it is within the 7 days, you can recover the file. If it is beyond the 7 days, let's say he deleted file last month and now he is coming crying to you, you can't do anything until and unless you have a manual backup. Is that clear? It is in a recycle bin, Dharamlal. So they have a kind of a recycle bin where all your file will hold temporary. And remember, Microsoft will charge you this temporary file also. Every storage service, be it is a Microsoft or non-Microsoft or on-premises, because it's a data, they also give you kind of a temporary storage. Like in our machine, our Windows, we have a recycle bin. Okay. So any file which you delete, it will go and sit in that recycle bin up to that period of time, whatever is configured. Exactly. You can call it as a recycle bin. Huh? So whatever the days is given here, that period of time, your file, even if you delete, it can be recovered up to this period of time, like a 7 days, 360 days, or whatever the time you have. Okay. Understood, Raju? You can go with even 11 years. Cycling. Yeah. Subham. That is the maximum which is set in any container. Yeah. Backup is different thing. Dharamlal. Backup, we have a different backup which is called Azure backup. It's not backup, it's a retention. Okay. So both the feature, hold on, Raju. Both the feature, which options we use? Retention under data protection. Retention under data protection. So once you done these two tasks, what the user will do? Yes or no? They give you praise. Oh, my administrator is very good. Happy? Yeah. So this is a very unique requirement. It said that I get a huge bill from Microsoft, from AWS. So yesterday, if you remember, I say in the background, Microsoft use same IBM storage which we see day in, day out in our office. Same HP storage. Same Dell storage. So this is same storage. But there is a difference. So if you go to market and if you say that, hey, I want a hard disk of 500 GB, you maybe charge, let's say for an example, $1,000. Now same hard disk, when I purchase, it coming at the cost of $4,500. No, it will not increase the cost, Navita. So why the difference is? Same 500 GB disk. When you purchase, it says $1,000. When I purchase, it's a $4,500, almost like a 4 times higher. So probably you purchase a hard disk of a 500 GB, which is magnetic hard disk. I'm not sure if you ever see a hard disk in the desktop, which is coming in this look. Have you ever seen this type of disk? HDD. Nowadays, you have a modern days, right? Correct? Exactly. Good. So, if you see a magnetic hard disk, it will store 500 GB of data. But when you save the data, when you read the data, it will take time. Larger the file, the larger the time. Sometime when you click save, let's say if you have a huge file and when you click save, you have a tea, coffee till the time you finish, then only it will save. And in a modern days, you have SSD disk. Correct? Same 500 GB. What is the difference? When you save, it will save like a zoom. Now again, when I go back, someone is even in the magnetic disks, you may get another hard disk of a magnetic disk, let's say for example $500 only, because magnetic disks is also come with a different speed, and in a technical word we call it as an RPM, how long the head able to search, track and sectors. So if you save the data into a hard disk which is coming in a $500, literally you can click save, have your snacks, come back, and then it will take time to save. So what the Microsoft AWS and Azure do? They give you a 3 different type of a storages. One, this magnetic disk, $500, $1,000, one $4,500. These two probably belong to magnetic disk. This is going to be SSD disk. And along with that, they also have a network. Network means they have a switches, routers, wire. So each of them connected with their own network. And this is very interesting one. How many of you know that the wire which connect your local network, the wire is coming in a different speed, like Cat5. So if you do a Cat5, if you do a Cat6, speed will change dramatically. Correct? So Cat5 cable probably give you 100 Mbps. Cat6 cable will give you 1000 Mbps. Cat3 cable might give you like a 10 Mbps. So Microsoft, AWS, Google, even in our own data center, we may have a varying degree of network. So I'm just giving an example. Let's say this storage LAN speed is only 1 Mbps. This LAN speed might be a 10 Mbps. And this LAN speed might be 1000 Mbps. Because storage also have a card, LAN card. So what is happened now? When you save your file here, when you save your file here in this, and when you download, let's say this file is 1 GB file, how long it will take to download? It is 1 GB file. How long ideally it should take to download? Do a small math. One second, because you already have 1000 Mbps. But when you put the same file here, 1 GB, and you have a 10 Mbps, how long you are going to download? Maybe 1 hour? 1 hour? Now same file, if you put it here, 1 GB, how will it take to download? One day, even sometimes it go beyond. So Microsoft say that, or Google say that, or AWS say that, if you save your data here, per GB, I am going to charge you, I'm just giving a figure, do not take it as it is. Let's say $10, 1 GB, $10. When you save file in this storage. But when you save the file in this storage, I am going to charge you only $5 per GB. And when you save the file here, I am going to only charge you $1. Correct? So as a customer, you need to understand there are different storage classes. Different storage classes. And you have to use these different storage for your different data. Now the data which is you are currently using for your business, for example, when you enroll in Simplilearn, your data is current data because this is going on. So definitely your information must be saved here, because anytime we need this data, we need to update this data and so on. But how long? Let's say if this batch going to finish in 1 quarter, 3 months. After 3 months, we hardly need this data. Only for some analysis purpose. We may need sometimes in a year, but not every time. So this data ideally move from this storage system to that storage system, because this data I am not going to use daily. Once in a year, probably just for some analysis, I am going to now need this data. So even if I am able to download it slowly, that is okay, because it's not an emergency for me. But what I am going to do, I am going to save huge cost. Now, after the complete one financial year, this data is totally absolute for me. But I still have to put it as a record, so that in case if my board member want to know, okay, how many enrollment has been happened last 5 years back, I am still able to get the data. So we should move the data here, because this data we hardly use, we do not need, but I have to keep it as a record. Let's say for another 7 year, 8 year, 9 year, whatever the period we want, but I want to put it as a record, and I'm just paying a cheap price. So just imagine, in 30 years of my career, how much data I have. Tons of data. I do not need, if someone asks me, hey Bipin, when you work in that company, you send me one email, can you give me that email? I say, yes, I can give you, because I have that data preserved with me. So where I store? Usually into this storage. So in a short and summary, any data which is frequent access, any data which you frequent access, we should consider it as a hot data, and that hot data should be stored into a storage which is designed to provide me a faster speed. But when we have an infrequent access data, which we hardly access every day, but we may access in that financial year, we should go with the cold data. And when the data which is not running my business at all, but I have to keep it as a record, we can call it as an archive access of the data. We should put it in a archive storage. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yeah. Now, another very important part which you have to remember, whenever you need to move the data and you are an administrator, so every day, I'm just giving a ballpark figure, every day 1000 file uploaded, 1000 file uploaded every day in a company. So in a 1 month, ideally, if you leave the Saturday and Sunday, you at least have a 24,000 file. And in a 3 months, it's became more. So out of, let's say, every 3 months, when the quarter complete, the data is now need to move to the infrequent access. How you are going to define? Because if you go file by file, it will eat your whole day. So another way of managing the movement of data from hot to cold on archive is to create some kind of an automatic rule. Some kind of an yes, Gurugri. When you create the storage, it asks. So it means that when you are going to create the storage account, when you create a storage account, let's say I just give to the next. Are you able to see now by default? Yes. So it means that by default it should be hot, because in the storage account, you need to upload the data which is current, and later you move to the cool or the cold or archive storage. Is that clear, Gurugri? So during creation also. Yeah, I was talking about the automatic rule. Now, rule you can apply on the whole container. There is no size. It's unlimited. Grogri, it's unlimited. No size. So technically, if you speak, when you create a blob storage, let's say you are going to create a storage. It's actually going for, like, you can store any amount of data in this particular storage. So you do not select disk size, not like a VM. Is that clear? You do not select size. You only select tier, hot, cold, or stew. Yeah. So the first rule is move all data from container to hot. All data will be moved to hot, let's say after 90 days. So it will move all file. So in regardless, all file which have time stamp of 90 days move. Second, move only the file which has, let's say, prefix. For example, in Simplilearn, whenever we create any file, we use the word like a SL. For example, if it is a US region, SL US, and then the file name, for example, invoice. So using the SL US, SL India, SL EU, we can move the cold storage after, let's say, 90 days. So depend how you want to configure it. Cold means where you are going to store the data, and that data will use the magnetic disk based storage. So your price will be cheaper, but when you try to download, it will be taken hours because speed of your storage and your network is slow. But in archive, you get a very cheaper hard disk and very, the low bandwidth network. So when you try to download, it will be very, very small. Got that, Asif? So now we are going to do this automatic rule in our lab. Stop my sharing now. Share your screen, please. Sweta, share your screen. No, it's not same. It's a totally difference. You have a 1 Mbps speed, and then you have a 10 Mbps speed. Got that, Asif? So the network which is connected both the storage, cool and archive, is having a totally different bandwidth. Yeah, I'm not sure if Sweta is listening to me. Bamsi, can you share screen? Sweta is in. Okay. I think it is blank screen as of now. It's coming now. Perfect. Sweta. Yeah. 1 second, Sweta. Yeah. Perfect. Open a new notepad, Sweta. Everyone open a new notepad, all of you. And just say this is a testing data. Save it with the name called test. Everyone create a new notepad, give a name called test and save it. Everyone create a notepad, put some line, save it with the name test, and then go to your Azure. You have your data container. Everyone click the data container. And upload that file. Do not click, just click upload. Do not hit the upload button. Only browse the file and hit the advanced button. Yeah. So to answer your question, Gregory, your app won't automatically find a blob in archive tier. It will not do. Whatever application you are defining, that code level you have to handle that. Go that. So you have to handle at the code level. Okay. Cool means 1 Mbps. Yeah, exactly. Can you just now click advanced now? Everyone click advanced. And then you have a excess tire. Drop down. So you get hot, cold, and archive. In between, you also have something called cool. Cool is nothing. It is again SSD. Remember, SSD also have a two type. One is a premium SSD. One is a standard SSD. So generally, hot is considered as a premium SSD, where you get a tremendous speed. Cool is considered as a standard SSD. It is SSD only, but its speed, the way you save the data and read the data, is little lower than the hot one. Okay, perfect. Now, so right now, while uploading the data, you can decide whether you want this data is a hot, cool, cold, or archive. So during the upload time, you have to select whether it is a hot, cold, cool, or archive. Okay, let's say this data is a hot, so leave it hot and just click upload, please. Yeah, I think Grogri, yes, you are correct in your understanding. So the logic basically live in the get path, but when you do the rehydration, okay, now it trigger, you can say that a state changing operation. Okay, so during the rehydration, it changed the state changing operation here. Yeah. Arun, yes, ideally you should use application, but if you are using manually, you have to upload, select this tire manually, no option. So that's why developer develop the application where you have an option to automatically mark it. Okay. Okay, now. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome. So let's say this data is uploaded, and later if you want to change the tire, you, even if you upload bulk, you have a same options through the portal. Just mark it is a hot tire or a cold tire. All the file will be go into that tire immediately. Okay, if you are using the portal. Manohar. Okay, click the text box, test.txt, everyone. Everyone click the file test.txt, and on the top you just able to see change tire option. Click the change tire, and now you get an option to change the tire of a file. Is that clear? If you want to manually change whether your file should be now post upload as an administrator, yeah, post upload as an administrator, you have an option to change the tire of a file from hot to cool, cool to cold, cold to archive. Okay. What is the second option? Go back to your container, cancel it. Go back to everyone, cancel it and go back to your container. And on the left hand side of your storage account, under the data management, you get an option called life cycle management. Just confirm if you are able to see that life cycle management.
Yes, actually, regarding the storage classes,
Hmm.
whatever you have explained now, so
Hmm.
it is related to like, for example, it is related to Outlook also, no? Because whenever you are going to use the Outlook, we get some mails in frequent access. Some mails will be go to
So
archive
yes, yes,
access, right now.
very yes, Rohit. So what happened in Microsoft world now? If you use any cloud service like an Office 365, correct, or
Okay,
you can use Microsoft Azure, so you see same background infrastructure, means same AD, same Active Directory used in Office 365, same is used in Microsoft Azure, same is used in Microsoft Intune, same is also used in Microsoft CRM, that is a Dynamics. Okay.
okay,
Same way, the same storage is used for all other services. So like that, in a SharePoint also you get an option, right? You want to
yes,
save the
yes,
data which is in archive format or in a hot format.
okay,
So technology remains same. Exactly. Very good.
okay. Thank you, sir.
Nice observation, buddy. Good.
Thank you.
Yes, Manohar. So Blob is not hierarchical. Okay. Blob is a flat file system. So it means that if you create any folder in the Blob, it will not appear for the, you can say that is a visibility point of view. It is only used when you want to logically arrange, means you remember that where I have this file stored inside that. For hierarchical, we have something called data lake. Got that, Manohar? Not Blob, it's a data lake. So what is the next one? uh, there is an audit by auditor team like a Deloitte, ENY, PwC. So what happened in audit? Remember, during the time of audit, usually we should not, as a common user, remove any data, modify any data. It is a general, okay? Because as an auditor, if you come and you see that some data deleted, because you see the log file also, right? In a log, it say some data deleted. Then auditor will ask a question. What is in that data? You have to reproduce the data to him. If not, they will fail in the audit. They will put a question mark. There is a suspicious activity happen when we are doing an audit. So if in a companies, if they are doing an ISO audit, PCI audit, GIS audit, usually user are not allowed to remove any data, any email, which probably mark as a suspicion by the auditor. They do not going to listen anything. The moment they see the activity, they mark it as a suspicious activity. So this is how this customer say that I have a planned activity of an audit. Auditor is going to come now. And when auditor is going to come, you have to make any data which are in database like a SQL and Oracle, in email like in your Outlook, or like in Azure storage account. We call such period or such type of system where data get locked is immutable storage. And this is a big exercise. Now, when you have an immutable storage, if you want to make your storage as a, it cannot be, transferred. So almost every system in the world, including SAP, including SQL, Oracle, including any storage, Dell, HP, including any email system like a Microsoft Exchange or Outlook, or any cloud storage, there is a one common feature everyone has. And that common feature is called legal hold. How many of you heard this word before? Anyone of you heard this name? Oh, company has put legal hold. Oh, my IT team has put legal hold on my email. Vamsi, yeah, very good. If it is a new terminology to any one of you, make a note, because this is something which happen in most of the data related service. It can be anything. SharePoint also, you have a legal hold. So when we see a legal hold, here a storage get locked for any update, delete of existing file. You can still upload new data, but you cannot change the data. You cannot delete the data. But the most important part, legal hold, once you place the legal hold, until and unless you do not remove the legal hold, this will continue. So it remains apply till manually remove. So when we apply legal hold, when we do not know how long that audit going to be, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 7 days, 8 days, 9 days. But let's say for an example, I know, it is same. It is same. Litigation hold, it is also called litigation hold. Second, when we know the timing, that audit is going to happen only for 3 days, 4 days, when we exactly know how long we have to put that specific lock, we call it as a time based retention. Same, a storage get locked for any update, delete of existing data. but it will remains apply till number of days defined. So here you have an option to define, okay, audit is going for next 3 days. So we are going to apply it for 3 days. Perfect. So two terminology, when we want to protect my storage from any accidental, intentional modification or deleting of the existing data, you can put a legal hold. You can also put time based retention. Okay, I stop my sharing now and let me go to Sneha. Share your screen. Yes, go to Azure. Everyone come back to Azure, come back to your container, please. Scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. You have a container. Click container. Just confirm if you all are in container, click your data container, please. Just confirm if you all are in a data container. Okay. Deloitte team in my office. I am the user. Culprit. Sneha is my administrator. I know Sneha. I call Sneha. Hey Sneha, Deloitte team has come. Can you? There is one goof up I did. Can you just correct it? Sneha say, yes, my friend Vipin. I am your colleague. I am going to help you. So Sneha then asked, okay, Vipin, just tell me which file you want to modify. I say, Sneha, there is an invoice file. Click the invoice file and you have an edit option. You just go up. Only you are on time. Just below refresh. Just below refresh. Yes. So Sneha, click that edit file. Click. I say, Sneha, quick. Deloitte team is about. They have parked the vehicle. They are about to come to the floor. Can you quickly change the selling price from 3,000 to let's say just 1,000? Just can you quick. Sneha, Deloitte team is coming. Change to 1,000, 3,000 to 1,000. Change, Sneha. Sneha, quickly save it. You have a save button on the top. Sneha did the favor. Is it good or bad? It's bad. Yeah? Deloitte team come. Deloitte team say, okay, show me your storage. Mrs. Sneha. Sneha, show the storage, please. Click the Sneha LRS on the top. Click go to resource. There is a something called activity log in the left hand side, hit that. So are you able to see that most of your task is now get logged, right? Whatever you do, everything is logged. And its refresh interval is every 90 minutes. You will see whatever you did, it will appear here now. Is that clear? So it means that auditor will come and first ask you to open the log file. In the log file, they will notice someone is changed the file. You are in trouble now. Okay. So this is very risky task in the companies when you have this type of scenario. What you do as an administrator now, go back to container, please. Below. Okay, no worries. Click. What is? Click container. Everyone go back to container. Go back to your data container. Click your data. And the left hand side, there is a setting button. Click that. And then you get access policy. Just confirm if you all are able to see the access policy, please. Click the access policy. Are you able to see immutable blob storage? Can you? Yes, are you able to see? Look at that, Sneha highlighted. Correct? And you have add policy. Please hit add policy now. And in a policy type, if you drop down, you see legal hold and time-based retention. Correct? Click the legal hold. And in a tag, just put audit. That's it. Click OK, save.
And with that, we have reached the end of this course on Microsoft Azure Administration course. If you have any doubts or queries, ask them in the comment section below, and a team of experts will be happy to help you as soon as possible. Until next time, thank you for watching and keep learning with Simplilearn.